Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Hi. Oh, good
Afternoon.
morning.
wherever you are, depending on what side of the planet you're on. I'm gonna mukbang and give Bill the opening. I feel like he's gonna tell you about a Patreon and this new podcast that we
tell you
going
about
on.
Patreon. I'm going to tell you about Patreon.
And
yeah. So, hello, this is the Geeky Gamer Podcast, and we talk about Geeky Gamer Podcast stuff. Let's everybody introduce ourselves. Yeah, we're going to do it that way. We'll start with Holker.
My name is Daniel, and I play Dreadlore on Monday nights.
Kenneth?
my name is Ken Howl, and I got the wrong headphones on, so because it's got that audio thing where you can't talk. Well, wait, no, that's just real. Maybe I can't talk because I'm always focusing on two different things. Anyway, oh, I knew I heard it from somewhere. I'm listening to the stream on the phone. I play Dreadlore. Welcome to the video Geeky Gamer Podcast, and I have definitely just flustered the shit out of myself because that's what I do for a living. I think the quality of trying to do too many things at the same time good for me.
Hey, Archangel, who are you?
Well, you're honestly expecting me to follow that?
You gotta follow that.
I'm Brett. I'm also known as DJ Archangel, and I am new to the Dreadlore universe.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if there's much more to say. Well, there's more to say, but gosh, that feels like an interview.
Yeah, it does sounds like an interview. Well, before we do the interview and all that good stuff, and just do a chit chat, we're gonna thank all the people that support us. One of those people being our sponsor. Who's our sponsor tonight, Holger?
Tonight's sponsor is Indo-European Ablaut. Indo-European Ablaut is a feature of many languages and is characterized by vowel variations between words with a closely related meaning. Examples in English are shit and shat, eat and ate, sing, sang, and sung, and I am an American who wants to eat foreign food at a native spice level, and bad idea. Although the exact characteristics of ablaut are difficult to understand if you are not a linguist, you can easily read all about it if you are still interested.
Just had to do it.
So we're sponsored by linguistics?
Yeah, that's why you're on, Brett. So that's why you're here. You're a linguist.
Oh, no,
you actually are a linguist, though, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, and a physicist.
And a mathematician.
Yeah, you have and a fucking geeky gamer guy.
That most of all.
And a DJ.
Yeah.
And a breakdancer.
Yeah.
B-boy is the term.
B-boy as we like to prefer. Yes.
Yeah. It's just that people that are not in it, like when you're like, they're a B-boy, they're like, wait, what? And so I'm just like, they breakdance. Yeah. Well, let me do the Patreon, people. So Ken will serenade us. Serenade? He'll dance for us.
I can't serenade you when I'm needed, but I will mukbang while you have this Patreon conversation.
Nostalgic, thank you so much for doing the live support. Daniel Holker, hey, who's that guy? That's a real dick. Live support plus, and then Tim Roberts for being a podcast star. Patreon.com/Dreadlore if you want to dig on that. Yeah, I want to thank Restream.io, for the Grammy, and all lowercase letters for some of the music we're throwing down. Are we using Mr. Interrupt? Well, sometimes we use Mr. Interrupt, and Couchfire Media is kicking all of the goodness that you might be seeing if you're on YouTube watching us now or later. Right. So what is the Geeky Gamer Podcast? We've done a couple episodes. It morphed out of we would have this game on Monday nights, which we live stream, and we still do it on Monday 7 p.m. Eastern on Twitch. And afterwards, we would want to talk about the campaign and everything. We called it After Hours. And so we're like, we should make that its own podcast. But as we started doing it, we realized it would be more fun to have guest stars and to chat about things, not just the campaign, not just Dreadlore, but everything geeky and gamer. And maybe we could actually make something out of that. So then Ken made a really cool fucking logo. And that's where we are now. Brett, you are technically the first official guest star on the Geeky Gamer Podcast.
Oh man, I mean, my life's only downhill from here.
Yeah, sliding downhill. Depending on your perspective, that could be a good thing. I snowboarded once. It was a painful experience. Fun, but painful. You ever snowboarded?
No.
Don't.
No. I have lizard blood. I typically I don't enjoy the cold a whole lot. Although I do really love Iceland, so I've been trying to reconcile that.
So this reminds me, you've been to Iceland, obviously.
Oh yeah.
And tell us about that, because I'm just going to ask you a bunch of questions about yourself.
You want to know about Iceland?
Yeah, I want to know about you in Iceland.
Well, all right.
Ken is cold, and that's why he's fogged up.
It's a pretty fascinating culture. I mean, obviously they're pretty, insular, which I'm used to that due to other places I've lived.
Oh, indeed.
You lived in Iceland?
I didn't live there. I've just been there a few times. But I do have that sort of experience of why things are a little odd when places are just kind of cut off from everybody else. There are definitely similarities in various countries and such that are in that situation, sort of full import kind of situation where you have to be self-sustaining because, bringing anything over is just not going to be sustainable in that regard. That was not the best way to word that, but yeah, you get the idea. So things about them, I mean, it's hard to put anyone in a box, but some little things that can kind of give you an idea of what it's like over there. Supposedly, I got this from a friend of mine that I traveled over there. Supposedly, there's a dating app over there that actually has a feature that tells you whether or not the other person you're talking to is related to you. Because they have such a small population, they run into that a lot.
Oh my!
I actually read a BBC article about that. That's absolutely true.
Yeah. So just just to let you know, there just aren't a lot of Icelanders. So there's a lot of, I guess, passionate resolve in maintaining their culture, which of course, as any linguist would know, is heavily tied to language. So even though pretty much everyone I ever met over there was fluent in English, except for one person. I met one person who was not fluent in English. It's just I found out the hard way. I had mentioned that the mini fridge in my hotel room was leaking, and sometime later, enough later that I'd forgotten that I'd called about it, there came a knock on the door, and some older gentleman he starts kind of speaking to me, and I didn't understand what he was saying, and then he starts kind of grunting and pointing at my refrigerator, and it had gone so far out of my mind that I'm trying to figure out if this guy just wants me to give him a drink or something, and I'm thinking, this doesn't feel like anything I'd been prepped for in this culture. I don't know what's happening right here. And then it just took a little while for the wheels to kind of crank into full gear, and I thought, this is the maintenance guy, and apparently he speaks no English. And though I speak a tiny bit of Icelandic, definitely nothing that would have bailed me out of that situation. So I just kind of stepped aside and let him go over to the refrigerator. So that was a dumb situation I didn't need to be in. So that taught me that maybe I should have prepped a little bit harder for the possibility of not being able to rely entirely on English.
Oh, wow.
But except for that guy, everybody else's English was just, I mean, as one might expect from any natively speaking culture. I'm given to believe they learn it pretty early, so it's as close to native as you're going to get. Might even blur the lines of what one might call native. But
indeed.
Right, you know. Beyond that, just things that kind of let you know how well integrated their society is. You know, just they seem to be kind of on board with whatever makes things run smoothly. For example, I have never in my life held an Icelandic kroner in my hand.
What is a kroner?
That's their money. I've never had to have cash anytime I've been there.
Really? Wow.
And it didn't matter where I went. Like, I mean, I could be way out in the boonies, you know, scuba diving in some crevice or something, and they didn't need cash for anything. Wi-Fi also was surprisingly stable. Again, you could be on something that looked like a moon rover driving across the snow out to like a glacier or something. Again, Wi-Fi is still working. It's
How do they have Wi-Fi everywhere?
I guess when you have enough of a planned out mesh, and I'm sure there are places you can go where it's, you know, goes away. You know, it's not like I was
like in a volcano.
Right. I wasn't exactly trying to get lost, you know, so I'm sure that any Icelander listening would say, well, I could tell you where you could start losing the Wi-Fi.
5G magma.
Well, I didn't really. There wasn't any volcanic activity most of the times I went there, but the last time I went there was actually after they had just had an eruption. And to just show how sort of calm and organized these guys are, they were taking people on tours of it. Like, hey, you want to go watch the volcano erupt? Which is just the complete zero panic attitude was also.
Let's check this out real quick.
Yeah, that felt very on brand for everything I've learned about them so far. Like the geysers, or what we call geysers, they are, that word is actually from them.
Really?
I don't know how many things we've gotten directly from Icelandic, but that one is. They actually use them to bake bread because of the heat. Yep. Which is kind of cool. Actually, that leads me to one of the things that was one of my takeaways. One of the most fascinating takeaways. I am not at all being sarcastic. I'm totally being sarcastic, but it still stuck with me anyway. Was that so I did this little thing you could do where you could say, like, spend a day with some natives, you know, where they just kind of walk you through a lot of the culture, show you some homemade meals, you know, kind of get a little more of the non-touristy aspect, you know, obviously being treated as a tourist, but nevertheless, at least you're not getting trotted through museums and whatnot. So I go in there and the guy's obviously just fascinated with his own culture, which was wonderful. So he's like in there giving me a crash course in little phrases in Icelandic, how to pronounce their favorite little volcano that comes up in the news every now and then, which, oh yes, I've totally forgotten how to pronounce it because it's, of course. It's
like 13 letters.
It's like Welsh level craziness.
Right.
And
triple G's.
So with stuff like that, and then of course things, you know, little tidbits about music and whatever, and then, you know, he makes some food, and then each time he would start out with a little bit of bread, spread some butter on it, and I remember just at one point he had handed out, okay, so now this is the bread that we cooked with a geyser, and I said, oh, so do I put bread on butter on this as well? And I remember he just gave me this just deadpan look, and he said, always butter.
Now, is the butter, is it like from a goat? Or
sheep, most likely.
Sheep.
I would say.
Or they're all about sheep up in
Iceland. They're pretty big on sheep over there. I would also I would probably almost be willing to plug my favorite steakhouse over there. Every time someone's gone over there, I've said, if you're going to Reykjavik, obviously if you're not going to the fringes and all, if you're going to Reykjavik, there's a steakhouse right in the dead center that every time I've gone there, it's been an amazing experience. And as a person who can't stand lamb for the most part, right? It's just never really won me over. The first time I went there, I asked him, I said, what do you recommend? And he said, oh, you've got to get the lamb. And I just said, lamb's not for me, man. It's not my thing. He said, trust me.
He was like,
and I was just, I kind of waffled and he just said, please, trust me. It's delightful. It does the little chef's kiss thing and all that. I'm like, all right. So he brings me the lamb. He talked me into a lobster tail because of course, and
dude, yeah. Always choose the lobster tail.
I mean, any place that's coastal, the lobster's probably not going to be bad, right?
Yeah.
So, and he wasn't kidding, man. That lamb was amazing.
The bomb.
Yeah, I mean, it was phenomenal.
Reykjavik.
Yeah, Reykjavik. And the waiter himself, like I said,
was
if
a
I
lamb.
come back here, yeah, I mean, selling his brothers out. No, the waiter himself, I asked him, I said, well, if I come back, I'm going to ask for you. So, who would I ask for? And he said something.
He said his name.
He said his name, but here's the thing. He had a nickname, but his accent wasn't bad, but it was just enough that I thought he said something crazy in Icelandic. And so I kept trying to figure out what he said, and I could just never quite sound it out. And so I did go visit him. Each time I went back to Iceland, it was one of my priorities. Like, we got to go eat at the steakhouse again, and then we got to ask for this guy who I can't remember the name for. This name I can't pronounce. So this last time I went there, my friend who was with me, I was like, well, we gotta get this guy, and we even called ahead to ask if he was there. But since we didn't know his name, we're kind of like mumbling something. It was there,
Right.
And yeah, it didn't work because they're not stupid and they understand how their names sound. So that didn't work. So I just figured, well, we'll just go there, and maybe he'll be there. And if he's not there, then asking for him wouldn't have worked anyway. So we get seated, and we did get seated with a different person because, of course, I completely failed at asking for this guy. Right. But I saw him wandering around, and I just thought, okay, so how do I tactfully ask for this guy without letting on that I've completely botched remembering his name? So my friend is one of those who's like, I'm going to rescue you from this kind of stuff. So she, gets him over, and, she's like, okay, so I want to get a picture of you guys together, blah, blah, blah. And then she asked him, so what is your name?
And your name is?
And so the guy is like, I mean, lightly balding, right? Like lightly, like we're not talking like just squeaky, polished, kind of shine, but he's lightly balding. But apparently it was enough to make enough of an impression on him. He was saying his name is Mr. Clean.
Oh my God.
I'm also lightly balding.
It's not only would it not be the first thing I would think of when I saw the guy, it just never would have been the thing I would have thought he would. Here's this foreigner sitting in his restaurant saying, I want to ask for you next time I come here, and he says, yeah, ask for Mr. Clean. I was like, really? So yeah, that was it. So
that's awesome.
So if you go to this steakhouse in Reykjavik, make sure you ask for Mr. Clean. And hold on a second.
Really quick, I want to introduce Andrea, who's just jumped in.
Hello.
Andrea, say hello.
Hi. Wait, am I? Hold on. I am not muted. Okay.
Yeah, you're not muted. Who are you?
Okay.
Who are
you? Nobody of consequence really. I play the games sometimes. Every once in a while.
Yeah, every so often you're on the campaign.
Yeah.
Meaning every time.
I haven't. Yeah. But yeah, I play Leah, Mizrahi, and Seraph, who is now, I guess, temporarily retired.
Yeah. When we get back to Dungeons and Dragons, maybe we'll probably port those characters over into Dreadlore. What we're doing right now is Ken and I are drinking. Holker is thinking up the next thing to destroy us with comedically, and we've got Brett/DJ Archangel
Nice.
talking. Ken, is there a way to? I don't know if you saw my text. Is there a way to pop up Archangel's little icon on the thing, or does it not work that way? I know since we're using Discord, it'll also show the green
Kind of.
guy. It's just it's a disembodied voice. Archangel is God, the angel of the Lord.
That's exciting. Yeah, I could probably.
Or maybe just his little like icon would be, if we could just have it somewhere.
Yeah.
Would be kind of cool.
You could just generally feel a presence.
Yeah.
No, we got it. But we also see me, my
we see yours,
my second
the
me,
big green.
the big
that's-
green.
That was the thing that I was talking about earlier. It's not a huge deal. I just like to actually see that he's there.
That he exists. No, I agree. I'm with you. Well, you got to see me twice.
Brett, do you have? I actually didn't ask you this because I failed miserably at my task. Do you have any links or anything you would like us to promote? We can have it thrown up on the cast and in the metadata and all that stuff.
Yeah, I need a Discord link or two if you got one. Or not.
Well, I've got my server, but it's I just created it recently, so it's not doing much lately. It is definitely going to be sort of a gathering place for the meeting of the minds. There's no reason the only reason to promote it would be just because it's not searchable, because it uses just Unicode symbols as its name. So
you and Hulker would get along.
So that's the only reason to promote it, is because that's the only way you'll find it. Ha ha.
Well, message it to me and I'll message it to Ken, and we can actually like do something with it at the very least in like the metadata, because I'd like to promote you somehow. Do you have any of your music or anything or videos online?
Gosh, I'm so like bad at online presence, because I'm also like a weirdly paranoid privacy advocate. So
dude,
it has caused me problems.
Yep.
So that's another thing that comes up a lot. So like I do like talks at conferences for like cybersecurity and things like that.
You should get me a job.
And they'll people will ask me things and like, where do we find you? I'm just like, nowhere. That's the point, right?
You can't do it. You will never see my face.
Kind of because I get this stuff. That's why you can't find me.
Well, that's a thing. That's a thing. Like a lot of the people that I've talked to about trying to guest star and such, including our next guest Mildra. I was like, hey, so do you do video? And he's like, no, I never do video. And I'm like, you're in the industry, aren't you? It's a thing. And there's a lot of gamers that, you just don't want your stuff, like everything can be used against you,
right?
To get all conspiracy theory, but it's not conspiracy theory. Like
some of it
really is.
Like there was, I think it was in the Netherlands. There's a guy who celebrates George Orwell's birthday by putting little party hats on all the surveillance cameras.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. The Netherlands. Come on, guys.
So like it's these kinds of. It's not to say that having some sort of interconnectivity and collaboration conversation as a result is a bad idea, or having people be able to recognize you is necessarily the worst thing. But I do think the way I always put it, I actually just got in a confrontation at a conference just a little while ago about some guy who had said that when you're talking about the various aspects of cybersecurity, a leak in confidentiality has never led to a loss of life. So I sat there and seethed through the rest of his talk, and when everybody had finished, I just kind of stomped up to the platform and just said, that 9/11? Was wildly irresponsible to say something like that. And I just said, and I just kind of rattled off a list. I was just like, I mean, we could start with the things that are known to be dangerous, like, for example, field operatives and politicians and so on. But you can continue on with, doctors and patients involved in controversial procedures, whistleblowers, the list goes on. And I just said, that's absurd to believe that, your privacy can't be a risk factor for you. And
yeah, of course. That's why we have passwords.
Right, and security and privacy aren't the same thing, but there's a lot of interplay, and in the sense of privacy, the way I put it to him, because he reached out to me afterwards, so credit to him. He said, well, you made some good points, so I want to adjust my talk to take privacy a little bit more seriously in that regard, and so I said, well, the way I look at it is privacy is the default state. All your information is yours and yours alone until you continually erode it throughout your life. Security, on the other hand, is active. It's an assertion that must be maintained. So those are sort of the two different states there. And
you sound like you might be Gen X.
Get out of here with that.
Yeah. Just give it off a vibe. I agree with you, of course. It's an interesting take. Continue with it.
So anyway, as a result, I run into a lot of that sort of issue where someone wants to know, like, where do I find you if I want to learn more or something like that, and I just say, kind of like you just did. That's really it. It's like catching a leprechaun at the other end of the rainbow. Just you might find me. The best thing to do is just know my haunts. Like if you see me talking at a conference, keep going to that conference. I'll be back someday. I don't know what else to tell people because
Leave a message on my answering machine. The one that has tape.
Talk to my people. and they're just like, which people? And they turn around and I'm gone.
Yeah, right.
So
nothing electronic on you whatsoever.
Oh no, I'm not a Luddite at all. I'm a super technophile. I vet my stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Like I have 0 web cameras, but I have like 50 different security appliances.
But you don't have TikTok on your phone? Are you kidding me?
What about Amazon? Do you have all the Amazon Echoes and Samsung TVs? I mean, they listen in, don't they too?
Oh, of course not. No, I don't have those things. And I actually got like an Amazon Dot or whatever as a freebie with something at one point. I was just like, sure, I'll give it a try. I'm interested in the tech. As a linguist, you're always curious how voice command has, evolved, right? Because it's never great. And you're always wondering like, okay, so I wonder how do they account for like, I've got a cold today or something like that, right? Well, the first time a voice on my TV activated the Alexa, I just said, okay, that's the end of that. And I just ripped it off the wall, tossed it in the trash.
Yeah, I literally don't have one of those. Andrea, do you use Alexa or Siri or any of that stuff? Go on.
And it's not really like for me a security issue or anything like that. I don't know. I don't find them terribly useful for my particular lifestyle, if that makes sense.
So, Brett, I wanted to. I'm throwing a wrench in this a little bit. What's up, Mildra?
Hello.
I'm throwing a wrench in this a little bit, unleashing. Andrea has an interesting perspective on these things. Indeed.
Yeah.
Yes. What do you think about security and all that stuff?
I mean, like, are we talking about like general or specifically like cybersecurity?
Cybersecurity.
They're pieces of the same puzzle.
Yeah, I guess for me, like, the difference in my philosophy is I personally am not terribly concerned about my privacy, because if it ever gets to a point where somebody actually means me harm for some reason, I'm kind of in a place, like, physical security-wise, where it's like, I wish a motherfucker would kind of thing. I don't know.
I feel like I take a similar approach as well. We're podcasters, so like I feel like I put my whole life. We're on the internet for 3 to 6 hours a week. I want the government to listen in, because then at least I know I have an audience, right? I mean, I want I want Siri to listen in because then I feel validated. Maybe with my thoughts. Maybe that's all wrong.
Right. No, and there's nothing wrong with either of those perspectives, and I wouldn't say I'm at odds with them either. What I just say is you should always be in control of how
Yeah.
your information flows. That's all.
Oh, absolutely.
So for example, when
Oh, yeah.
people have access to your information, it's not necessarily that they intend to do you harm, but they could redefine things outside of your control. Like, they could redefine your identity or something like that. Those are the things I object to. I don't necessarily think somebody's going to find out where I live and punch me in the face.
Yeah,
what
that's
I,
fair.
that's the thing. It's just about having the control over your own information.
Yeah. Well, and I feel like when we're like entering this new era of, metadata and like these huge surveillance networks that we have, I mean, just in terms of like that kind of stuff too, because like I'm a very, very spiritual person, so I think like there's a whole lot of other stuff that comes into it too for me. But even just like on a purely physical aspect, there's just such a huge apparatus, not just like I don't know, like there's so many different moving pieces. It's kind of hard to keep track of it.
Yeah.
Is there even privacy still? I mean, does that exist? Like, do we have privacy? Is that still on the table for any of us? Or do you have to go full on cybersecurity and protect all your assets?
I always joke. I always refer to it as going full Snowden.
Oh yeah, you got to move to Russia, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, got to move to Russia. Switch to Graphene OS.
Yeah. What is Graphene OS? Graphene OS. I see.
Right.
I've never heard of it, but
that is how you de-Google your phone, essentially.
Really quick, I wanna interject because Mildra popped in. Mildra is our other special guest, and I want to introduce him really fast. Mildra, would you like to tell people who you are?
Hello there, everyone. I am Mildra, gaming monk extraordinaire, also known as that one crazy guy who won't shut up about various RPGs and indie games, and the guy who shares in the suffering of my Canadian friends whenever the snow hits.
Are you Canadian?
No, I'm Minnesotan, which is worse.
Oh, Minnesotan. I see.
Which may as well be Canada South.
Indeed.
Hey, I'm from Buffalo. I get it.
Oh, you get that lake effect snow.
Yeah.
And the person who keeps picking on the Leafs every single year because they give me new reasons to pick on them every single year. But I am a tabletop reviewer, interviewer. I am going to be encroaching into doing video game streams in 2024. My whole thing is just celebrating storytelling and celebrating craziness in my open bar of the internet.
Yeah, actually, Mildra and I know each other, online, of course. Did you see the Kickstarter? Is that what it was?
Yeah, I had found out about you through the Kickstarter.
Yeah, and he was very gracious and did a really cool interview. It's been a while though; it was a couple years ago. But you do that with a lot of TTRPGs. I just saw one. I can't remember the name. It's Someone Will Die, I think is what it's called.
Yep, that was the second interview I did yesterday.
Yeah, really cool interview. I didn't watch all of it, as in I don't know the mechanics of the game, but the guy kept on. What was his name? Do you know?
That would be Titus Villanueva.
Villanueva. I didn't want to butcher his last name. But yeah, when he mentioned the Game of Thrones TTRPG, I was like, oh shit! So that's where his game's going. Was it D6? Is that his mechanic, or do you know what it is?
D6 is his mechanic. It is much more rules light than the Game of Thrones RPG.
Right. Which is good.
In that interview, I said I I don't have the highest opinion of, because it did some things that.
Oh, did it break it?
Well, I felt that it, for the amount of points that it's distributing, it had way too many attributes. And a lot of the vibes I was getting, especially since I'm not a fan of when critical hits only apply towards combat and nothing else. I know some old games do it, but just because they do it doesn't mean I have to like it.
Right.
And the whole time I was going through this, I kept having the thought in the back of my mind, why don't I just use L5R 7th C for this?
What is L5R7C?
L5. Well, I'm speaking of two games, but they use a similar mechanic, or did up until recently. The first one is Legend of the Five Rings, which I've been a fan of for about 20 years.
Yeah. Okay.
The other is 7th C. Both of them
7th C, I don't know.
7th C is kind of the swashbuckling sister to Legend of the Five Rings.
Now, Legend of the Five Rings, that's based off the book, right?
As far as the rings, when it comes
Musashi
to the elements,
Miyamoto's.
the Book of Five Rings.
The Book of Five Rings, right? Which I think Brett probably knows something about, actually.
I do.
I've read that damn thing back to front.
I'm weaving us back together, Brett. I'm getting us back into it.
It's a small book.
No, all you've got to do is master the sword and cut their head off. That's it. That's all you've got to do.
Well, you forgot the whole thing of being ridiculously late to duels and using an
Right.
oar instead of a sword.
Right. And I think actually Andrea knows a lot about this. Holy shit, we're getting into like cybersecurity, tactical stuff, gaming. So Mildra, just to tie up kind of like who you are and what you do, give us the short form, and then we'll continue the cybersecurity and see where we go from there.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm mainly a gaming and geek culture variety content creator with a emphasis on TTRPGs, though I do cover a variety of topics through the various shows that I do, whether it be talking about different anime in the Parliament of Geeks, talking about different topics ranging from world building to roasting certain directors on the Geek Watch podcast, to doing deep dives on doing chapter by chapter deep dives on certain RPG books through the Valley of the Judged, or sometimes just doing emergency streams when there's some breaking news that I feel is worth my notice, and every few months doing what we call the Hangover Shit Show.
Oh shit! Tell us.
Which is us going through some of the reveals at certain gaming events, like say Gamescom or TGS or Summer of Gaming, and just showcasing the stuff that was introduced outside of the big presentations. We did this not too long ago when it came to the Game Awards, where we didn't talk at all about anything that happened at the Game Awards and only talked about things that were announced or further elaborated on around that time. The whole thing started because of a response to certain attitudes I was seeing, but that's getting into the weeds. You wanted the short version.
Yep.
The point is, myself and the other people in the temple, we do a whole lot of stuff, always wanting to try something new. Oh, and I forgot about the actual play we do on Saturdays called Cloister of the Dice.
So you actually have a game that do you live stream it?
Yes, I live stream it, and then I upload the VOD on YouTube the Monday afterwards.
Okay. Yeah, we'll check it out, man. So Cloister of the Dice, what system does it use?
The plan is to shift between a variety of systems as we do it. I used to call it Monastery at the Table a few years ago before I took a hiatus for like 2 years, and then rebranded it as Cloister of the Dice. Currently, we are using Emberwind.
Yeah, you mentioned Emberwind when we were discussing stuff.
Yeah, and when we're probably going to be finishing up that campaign sometime in January. Okay. And when we wrap that up, I'm going to do a round table with the party as well as the designer Derek Chung from Nomnivore Games.
Oh, very cool.
And shortly after that, I'm going to be doing one shot with a game called Lone Wolf Fists, and I'm not going to be GMing that. The creator Joel T. Clark will be GMing that.
Oh, cool.
Well,
if you want, or go on. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Lone Wolf Fists is basically Joel Clark's loving tribute to both wuxia and anime like Hokuto no Ken or Fist of the North Star.
Brett, help me.
Yeah, no, that's what it is. Fist of the North Star.
Hmm.
One of my very good buddies, a guy named Ro, Holker, you know him. You know what I'm talking about?
No, not off the top of my head.
Will Stull.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He actually helped with Dreadlore and some of the mechanics on Dreadlore. Anyway, we call him Ro. Loves Fist of the North Star, and he's not the reason that I dig anime, but he's the reason that like I know any good anime. Yeah, he's really good.
Starting with that one?
No. The one that he actually introduced me to. I always fack up the name. Don't sidekick me, Brett, because I know you know Japanese. It's like, fuck. It's like the Hakagura.
Akagure.
Hey, and
I haven't heard of that one, so
you haven't. So
is that that's the shortened version of the name, probably, right? Because they like to have these big long names and then
dude,
shorten
I have
them.
no clue. I have no clue.
Okay.
What I can tell you what it's about. Andrea, do you know it? Mildra, do you know what it is?
I know what it is. It is a lengthy treatise on samurai culture of its day. It is a highly regarded book. It was referenced quite a few times and somewhat quoted in the film Ghost Dog.
Oh yeah. The shit. Who's the main guy? Forrest Whitaker.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's like this, like he does like the samurai thing, but like with a gun.
Well,
right?
he extols the I won't say extols, but he tries to carry on that is his
It's like his
essentially his honor
Bushido
code.
type.
Well, it's not like it. It pretty much is for him.
It is.
The weapon is irrelevant, even though he does use a sword in training, and
Right.
kind of bugs me that he sheathes the thing the wrong way.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's an interesting movie. I mean, it's an interesting movie, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Getting
that
back
is
on the list.
Mildra. As you guys gather, he's got a lot going on.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So, in the event that you guys in the Cloister of the Dice need Dreadlore run, bam, we can do that. But you know, just we can talk about it later.
Where
Yeah,
would we
I've got
find the rights for that?
I've got my own. I have my own plans that I'm gonna be doing, because once I finish up with the Sword World campaign, I want to shift away from fantasy for a little bit, because doing two fantasy campaigns back to back like that, I don't
100%.
want to have it overstay its welcome.
You should do a spacefaring campaign.
I've actually got a couple candidates that I'm considering.
What are you thinking about?
There's two that I have. There's two games that I have in mind.
Are either
one
of them D20?
No.
Good.
One of them is Faith, the sci-fi RPG, which
Okay.
I've done as part of Valley of the Judged in the past.
Hmm.
It is not using dice at all. It's using cards, like just playing cards.
Okay.
I mean, it
Cool.
technically has its own deck, but you can use
Yeah.
a standard playing
Okay.
card deck for it.
Right.
The other is Coriolis, which could best be described as Lawrence of Arabia in space. That is a Free League project,
Hmm.
and it's using the
And
Year
Free League,
Zero
right,
engine,
right.
which
Dude,
means
Free League is good. Free League is good. They're pretty big, but they're good. I've got Death in Space in tow.
yeah,
Anyway, go on.
I have Death in Space in my library.
Mm.
It's just that that particular style of science fiction is not one I'm prioritizing at this time, I guess I'd say.
Well, So I don't want to get too in the weeds on the TTRPG stuff. But because we're gonna jump on this in about 10 minutes and like really dig into it. I want to include Archangel a little bit and the rest of you. Mildra, let's slide back a little bit into cybersecurity. So how can we tie that together? I'm going to leave it to Brett. Hey, Brett, how do you do it?
We don't have to dominate a conversation on cybersecurity. It's just something that happens to be important to me. That's all. No, I'm a gamer too. I'm all up for talking about games.
What do you know about gaming, Brett? What do you know?
Well, what I was going to say is actually from I think my youngest development of affection for cybersecurity was learning about DEF CON. As in DEF CON in Las Vegas? Yeah. So I'd been, of course, I'd been fiddling around building my own computers, largely to game, and I had a very broke life, so I was always using secondhand parts and doing all these kind of gum and string kinds of contraptions to try to get my rig to be able to hang with all my friends' computers that were considerably higher quality.
Holker knows all about that with his LAN parties.
Yeah. I remember I was the one that started the trend among all my friends to try to run all our computers in RAID 0 to just squeeze a little extra performance out of them. And did you actually are we talking like back in the day, like 2000, where you were messing with jumpers? Oh yeah. Yeah, it was hairy. Like, we were always just, crashing and burning all these systems, trying to run them all super hot and everything. And the funny thing is, the thing that would amuse probably a lot of people who are, hardcore gamers, is we were doing this so that we could play stuff like StarCraft. Like, these, like other people are like rigging up their system so they can play something, some first-person shooter with, with all the, whatever the effects are going on. You got to be able to see your reflection in the car door as you walk by. That's critical to your to being able to kill the enemy. I've always just gotten a nice chuckle out of what they obsess over in those games. But
were you a Halo player? I know that's totally off, but
no, not at all. I hate first-person shooters. Oh, I can't stand it.
Really? Oh my god, I fucking love first person. The mechanics.
I love FPS.
Oh, dude, the mechanics of being able to throw a grenade and it like ricochet. This was Halo. Like that's the first time you were like, "Holy shit!"
Well,
Halo
concept
was getting shot at by a jackal that you can't see.
Right.
Yeah, legendary.
The battle arena shooter format as sort of a gaming mechanic, no problems there. It's literally the interface. I don't like watching my muzzle jiggle in front of me as I'm walking around.
You don't your muzzle jiggling?
No, it just makes me kind of seasick. It's not immersive to me. Like it's not immersive to me at all. So it's not necessarily that I hate the idea of let's duck around corners and shoot each other. I just need to have an avatar on the screen to focus on. Otherwise, it's nausea-inducing.
What you need is meta, baby. You need to get into that meta.
You probably.
I'm guessing you're not a fan of Descent either. That thing made me so sick. Like I would watch that for a second. You're in this little aircraft and you're like.
When you say Descent, the first thing I think of is a board game. So no.
I know.
I know what you're talking
I mean,
about.
the same with like anything after Wolfenstein 3D, first-person shooter-wise for me. It makes me sick.
Andrea, what were you saying?
I was gonna say I know you kid kinda, but for reals, I played. There's on MetaQuest 2. There's a game called Contractors, and the great thing about it is it's an FPS game. But the great thing about it is it's like super open source, so there's like a shit ton of mods for it on the console itself. And one of the best mods like I liked was they have Battlefront mod, which is awesome, but one of the most intense experiences I've had on the platform was a Halo mod. Playing like the classic maps in first person. It's just like holy crap. I was like, it's familiar and totally different at the same time. It's amazing.
Yeah, with all that I've said, I do make some exceptions if the game itself is so standout that I'm willing to sort of endure the interface.
Mm.
Like Dead by Daylight, I think is a phenomenal game. It's got a terrible community. Sorry, everybody who's listening, but
I'm gonna let you guys take this. I don't know.
I think they know they're toxic. I'm not telling them anything they don't know.
Mildra, anything here?
But it's a great game, but only if you're playing as the killer do you have to deal with the first person interface. Actually, if you're playing as the survivors, they actually are all the third person over the shoulder. Yeah.
Mm.
So
Apparently the lore is really cool in that.
it is. It's very good. I mean, of course, now that they're a AAA title, they have access to all the IP.
Okay,
so originally
really quick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. What does AAA mean? I've heard it before and I don't actually understand it.
Now someone can probably give you a more like legally correct definition, but from what I've gathered, it has a lot more to do with resources and sort of the depth of their, I guess
like big
coding
budget.
and capabilities. Yeah, it's big budget essentially. I
Okay.
mean, I think you can boil it down to that's really all you need to take away. But I do think
If it causes a dozen programmers to look for a new career, it's AAA.
yeah.
Shit.
Ah.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
He's too clever. He's too clever.
So that was one.
Pip.
Why? Thank you. I'm collecting all the internets. So the second game that I made an exception for. Well, I guess it's not really just two because I also like Citizen Kabuto, but that game's so old, there's no point in referencing
I
it.
don't know.
But the other one is Payday, because I love stealth and heist games. But that's another one where you have to play with your bros, because if you play with pubbies, they always go loud, and then it's like, okay, if I wanted to play Call of Duty, I'd play Call of Duty. I'm trying to heist this place. Like, what's
That
going on?
drill sucks.
Continue.
What was that?
That drill sucks.
Oh, it does. But depending on the mission, that's part of the fun of it. Is okay, so we brought this crummy drill to get through this safe, so our skills have to be that much better to get to actually complete this heist successfully, because the terrible drill is taking forever and breaking constantly and whatever.
If I ever want to live rent free in the heads of any Payday fan, all I have to do is just call them and not say anything, but just play the cloaker sound. You know the one.
Yeah. Well. And it's been a long time since I've played, because I was kind of deciding I was going to take a break to wait for Payday 3 to come out and all. But
so apparently Payday 3 came out.
It did.
Xanatrix, who I believe knows you, Mildra, says Payday 3 was such a disappointment.
That's what they always say.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I've got no fucking clue what y'all are talking about. You're gonna have to tell us what you mean.
Payday was a board game. That's what I found. So that's where I'm at. So
it's a first-person shooter where you.
It's a first-person squad-based heist game. The idea is you're members of the Payday gang, which are bank robbers, professional. So that's all they do. And so they get sent on various heists of varying levels of ridiculousness. And like sometimes they could be robbing like a standard bank in some town. They might be robbing some kind of government facility. They might be robbing a nightclub, because that's a thing you do. Because what was it, Avicii or somebody wanted to get his name in there. So it gets ridiculous all over the place. Oh, there are tons of cameos now. So it's another one of those examples of a game that has grown so much they gained access to like celebrity IP. So John Wick is in there. What's his name? Played Hellboy.
Shit.
Ron
There's
Perlman.
two people.
Ron Perlman.
Yeah.
Ron Perlman's in there. And a few others. So those guys were kind of in there a little bit more like the last time I was playing. I know they've added several celebrities in known quantities since then, but so it just like Dead by Daylight started out with, they couldn't even get like Leatherface. They had to just create their guy they called the Hillbilly and gave him a chainsaw. But then they were able to actually add Leatherface with the name brand R in a circle, blah, blah, blah. So they, some of these franchises, as they grow, they gain access to being able to make deals with IP, which is, it's cool when they can do it, but it's always a bummer when you know that would have been cool for a platform or an idea if they could have included some known quantities, but they can't because they just don't have the clout. You know, like if somebody wanted to make a new Smash Brothers type of game, but they're little guys, so they're not going to be able to stick in any recognizable characters. So they've got to make up all their new characters, and maybe some of them don't have a lot of appeal because realistically, you got to wear a lot of hats in this kind of stuff. So they invent this really cool game engine and maybe some neat mechanics, but maybe they're not real good at creating characters. And so their characters fall flat, but the game is fun. So what do? Just hope that that hangs on long enough that you can finally be able to buy yourself a couple known characters. It's kind of a shame what happens in the industry sometimes. That's why I stick myself in as many games as possible.
Mildra, I think this is all you, man. You and Andrea. Yeah. You guys are the video gamers.
I legitimately just ran through my head like I'm trying because I was just like, oh, what's my favorite game? And I'm just like, wow, the video games I've played are just like sort of all over the place. Because I was like, oh, Spyro. Well, no, I liked Halo, really well. It's like, well, but I also like Stronghold really well. It's like, oh man, I can't. Yeah.
Classics. Yeah. Basically, I'll play just about any kind of game. I play tabletop games, not as much these days. I don't play as many tabletop games as I used to. I play board games like crazy. I kind of like a little bit of the structure and the mechanics of them. I think it appeals to my mathy side.
I always try to convince people to play Axis and Allies. Are you an Axis and Allies or no?
I
used to play
not
that.
doing it.
I was in elementary school. I mean, I don't think I've played it since then.
I have done my time with Axis and Allies. I'm not going back.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What about a D6 game?
You got some D6s, 3 hours a D. Anybody play the most recent addition to my board game collection is The Princess Bride. So I've definitely moved on.
Whoa.
What?
What?
Yeah, the Princess Bride board game. It's very exciting. I look
forward to what kind of mechanics you're talking about here?
Yeah.
I don't know it.
You haven't played it yet?
Question. I've not played it. So
the games that are based entirely on a franchise that has nothing to do with games are always hit or miss.
Right.
So I hope for the best for you, man. All I can say is
Battlestar Galactica, the board game, pretty fucking good.
Any Battlestar that doesn't have Chrome Cylons is a miss for me.
Really?
I was not into the reboot. Sorry.
All right, let's fight.
I know.
Hey, hold on a second.
Give us a week to at least promote the thing so we can make some money off of the fight.
Right.
Get some promotion involved. Get both of you guys weighed in. Do the press conference and all that.
Well,
if we're weighing in, Brett's gonna win.
I'm guessing the way that Will would want that to go down is I would pretend to be his friend and then stab him in the back, since he's a fan of apparently that version of things.
That's it. But which one of us is the Cylon? Is the question? Turns out we're both the Cylons.
We would never know. And roll credits.
Listen, okay, are we judging the new BSG on the entirety of the series? Have you guys watched the entirety of the new BSG?
I've seen a good amount. I didn't finish. I will admit
there's no judgment there. I understand.
Now, a couple things I will admit. Part of the reason I ended up watching was because at the time I was asked if I would run the role playing game, which I did. I did for a little while.
I have not seen it.
It was a favor. Secondly, as a general rule, I try not to play comparison games when I'm dealing with a full-on reboot or even a edition change. Mostly because I want whatever I'm seeing to stand or fall on its own strengths and weaknesses. It's for the same reason that I'm not going to compare. I wouldn't watch, like, say, Star Trek Next Generation and then try and compare it to the original series. Or
you're clearly not a Trekkie.
Oh, Them's
go on. I'm
words.
sorry. I'm just fucking with you.
But,
or at least you're not a true Scotsman.
No.
Those are real fighting words.
Ooh.
All right, so continue. BSG.
The point is that I enjoyed what it was doing. If I were to play the comparison game to the original, I don't think that would be fair given the completely different circumstances that both shows were in, so I didn't. The big reason that I had an interest, and I may revisit it one of these days, is primarily due to the writer. That being Ronald D. Moore.
I did not know that.
He was one of the best writers that post classic Trek had. A lot of the better remembered episodes of Deep Space Nine were his baby.
Dude, DS9's awesome, and I'll fight a motherfucker on that. Continue.
And he also was one of the people who would on multiple occasions check his higher ups because he had expressed repeat frustration with the sameness that he saw with Star Trek production. Specifically that there always had to be a captain in a chair and a monitor. He was vocal about how annoyed that was something that had to be done every single time.
Makes sense with if he wrote for DS9, because I mean a lot of people we're sliding in the Star Trek. Is anyone else in the Star Trek but me, Mildra, and Brett?
Yeah.
Who's not in the Star Trek?
I remember.
All right, good, excellent.
Yeah.
Continue, Mildra.
Trek away.
And I do think he had a point, because something that Xanatrix and I have been very critical over the years is the concept of what we call design by gospel. This idea of doing things a certain way because we've always done it a certain way without figuring out whether that certain way fits for a given project.
Though I agree that is a fair thing to have a problem with. Sometimes that's actually part of what I might say is the writing challenge. In other words, in order to maintain continuity, you have to have these anchoring concepts that make sure that no matter how much you vary from the form, these various traits will make it recognizable as a continuation of the form. So that, for example, you could have the episode where they all put on their, Nazi suits or whatever and hang around on some other planet. So they're basically in, regular Earth clothes, but it's recognizable as an episode of Star Trek because of the continuity of various aspects of the form that they maintain.
I've always said that this kind of thing is a pendulum.
Yes.
If you swing too far one way, then you are becoming completely slavish to the matter.
Yes.
This is the reason why, say, sim racing is in such a sorry state, which is something I've covered on my channel in the past.
Right. No, that's correct. It's as a friend of mine's dad said when I was growing up: moderation in all things, including moderation.
Mm-hmm. And if you go too far the other way, well, you end up with this sprawling affair where there's not really a whole lot of identity. And if I had to use a case in point with that, I would say probably the last few Assassin's Creed games, where it feels like there isn't really a identity.
Yeah, it very much strayed from the form. Like, are these guys even assassins anymore? Yeah, I agree.
Well, there was also the fact that the combat loop felt like it was doing the Ubi box thing, which is well past overstaying its welcome. There was the whole issue of how does this relate to the real world story, or is this just the historical story that we're dealing with?
Right.
How does the fact that the combat system felt like this bastard child of elements from The Witcher and the Souls games, the fact that it started introducing more and more attempts at RPG mechanics and
town building. Yeah.
And then trying to introduce skill trees and equipment systems that did not fit the sandbox that had been developing over several years.
Well, I agree with all that. What I would say is, I definitely don't think that skill trees and some of those things are really at odds with what the assassin system was trying to create. But without trying to be one of those the first one's the only one that was ever right and everything that varied from it got it wrong. I wouldn't say that, but I will say there was something very clean about the methodical nature of the original game, which was you went into a new area, you scouted it out, you talked to the different people to sort of learn the patterns of your target and also learn sort of your ins and outs, and basically develop your plan, and then you executed your plan. It was extremely methodical, which is exactly what you would expect out of assassins that are successful enough to take on the Templars throughout history. And then it started varying into, instead of if things go sideways and the soldiers are called on you, you run toward the soldiers because you're basically a soldier yourself. And that started feeling less and less like an assassin, because why bother with all the preparation if you can just take on the army when they're sent to you? So it was getting sillier as it went on. I mean, one of them's a pirate, which I mean, is only an assassin in the sense that he kills people. There's really, I mean, the franchise, though it may be fun, it lost the thread of what they had established as this sort of new genre of sort of that stealth mechanic. Sort of instead of robbing a bank, you're killing a guy. So it was a very similar. It had a nice branch of the heist game paradigm, and it was well executed in the very first one. And as Mildra said, it had this really interesting virtual reality kind of lore that they were trying to put into play.
Memory.
Yeah, it was.
The framing
Animus,
device was that the Animus was creating a simulated environment where you were reliving the memories of a distant ancestor as a way to, and that would have a ripple effect in the sense that you would be able to essentially learn the skills that ancestor had, the same and
reveal information that might have been lost otherwise. Right.
Of course, the downside
they were claiming
was
your memory was in your DNA, is what they were kind of trying to claim. Yeah.
The genetic memory is nothing new to science fiction, and Dune used it a lot, and that's kind of what this is going on. Of course, there's the other side of it, which was known as the bleed effect, where you're in the Animus for so long that the line starts blurring, which caused one of the previous subjects to go insane because he completely lost where he ended and where his ancestors began, because he kept seeing those memories even when he was out of it.
Here's a question. I know this is all lore, which is really cool because obviously Dread lore. Anyway, there's a senseless plug. This is all lore, but is the game itself, other than just the story and it being anecdotal, is the game saying something? Like, is there a higher issue there?
There is when it came to the conflict between the assassins and the Templars. There was a greater theme of control versus freedom. Not in a binary, but showing the ups and downs of both ends of that spectrum. You know, the Templars wanting to always have this sort of control over things in the name of some sort of order or the like, whereas the assassins promoting a individualistic attitude and promoting a degree of freedom, but within certain boundaries based on the code, i.e., the creed. There was also the fact that when it came to the Animus thing, your health was how synchronized you were with your ancestors' memory.
Right. Interesting. Brett, what's your take on that?
I definitely feel that was kind of what they were trying to say, but I think almost what I think Mildra was originally leading up to with that is that sure, that's what they said, but realistically, it was two sides of the same coin. They were both trying to control you. They were both trying to run the world. They were both really. It was pick your poison. Do you want the assassin's version of how things are supposed to be, or do you want the Templars' version of how things are supposed to be? Both of them claim to be the good guys, and in some of the stories, it seemed it was mostly in the early ones. I kind of fell off playing them a little bit. So if they continue with this thread, that somebody else would know, I would not. But in the original stories, there were elements of the main character sort of picking up on that and saying, I don't really know if I like you guys telling me what to do either. And your version of things is also kind of not great. Unfortunately, that's what they really wanted to drill on in the movie, which is why the movie was terrible.
Well, there's a movie?
Yeah, it was bad.
Oh yeah.
And but they picked up on that tiny thread and nothing else. So
I had no idea there was a movie. Andrea, did you see it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not. That's not great. It has some interesting concepts in and of
Yeah.
itself, but it's not a good movie.
yeah, and it's a shame because they did pick up on one of the interesting things about the game, but unfortunately that divorced from everything else that was interesting about the game made it seem almost like it was a sledgehammer, like I'm gonna just hit you with this high concept and just
I think the word you're looking
slap
for
around
is
with it.
flanderization.
Well, it was not well executed, which is a shame for a movie about assassins.
Yeah.
So
I'm
So
gonna keep you going.
so my thoughts on terms of like the how far the games got away from the original core concept. And I will preface this by saying this does not necessarily make it a good game concept, but in terms of like the historical realities of secret societies that are basically at odds with each other and essentially like wiping each other out, then coming back up and then wiping each other out. The way that they've depicted that in the games is actually pretty accurate in the sense that like you have these, survivors who are picking up the pieces of this secret society that had a very, core and defined set of rules and ways of doing things, and then trying to figure out what they didn't know after surviving this like execution event. And so I find that like in terms of that aspect of the games to be fascinating, because like you have like these several different episodes where each side is kind of like practically wiping each other out and the other side is sort of picking up the pieces and trying to figure out where to go from there, kind of thing.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that was part of what was immersive about it. Is just as she's indicating, when you play these games, of course, there's all the historical context. So anyone who's got a pretty good mind for history would recognize things. But nevertheless, everything felt like, yeah, that's how that would play out, and it helped the players really feel like this feels realistic because this is exactly what would happen when two secret societies that play dirty are just intent on wiping each other out, and they don't really care about the collateral damage to the world.
See, that's what pulls me out of those lore worlds, lore bases. Because I don't play a lot of video games unless it's like fucking Donkey Kong. Because I'm
Oh, don't get me started on the lore of Donkey Kong.
Listen, motherfucker, we will go on Donkey.
What are the different worlds? It seems like an Assassin's Creed. Let me interrupt you. Like it goes into like this color mode, and then it goes into black and white mode, and I don't know what is that. Is there a meaning behind that? Is that symbolic, or am I asking a question that
I think he's referring to the Eagle Vision.
Yeah. Oh, is that what that is? Eagle Vision.
Yeah.
Which
this kid is just like walking around crap. He's gonna have like bad back problems. Go ahead.
It's something of a sensory ability that you originally only had access to when you had full synchronization, and it was basically a way to tell allies from enemies and the like.
Yeah. Notice maybe secret sigils that have been left as clues and things like that.
Is it based in Scientology? Because that sounds a lot like Scientology.
No.
Not deliberately.
There are also runes and dreadlores, so
hey,
sigils, runes.
Shut your fucking mouth.
It's all the same, right?
Never.
What the fuck was I talking about?
Yeah, I interrupted the shit out
It's
of
okay.
you.
I'm going back. I'm going way back, ladies.
So you mentioned Donkey
Battlestar
Kong, so I assume
Galactica.
you want to talk about sewers.
I'm talking about Battlestar Galactica. Listen, what's your problem with BSG?
Oh, I think it was just I liked the space opera from the original.
But it was awful.
It,
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty awful.
I think the new one's comparably awful. So I think
I mean, they
look at it as
rebooted
like
it, so
yeah.
I'm not gonna
The new one
I'm not
also
gonna
suffered
say
from a pretty serious writer strike.
well,
Yeah,
and
I mean,
that's what I'm getting at.
So
Well-
like space fantasy and sci-fi, there's a lot of interplay between the two. I think we all kind of grant them a lot of latitude for quality because we want it so badly, and there's so little of it out there, especially anything with any real effort put into producing it. That a lot of us, consumers of these worlds are willing to just say, okay, I mean, I don't care that everything's anthropomorphic and basically just a latex mask or whatever. I'm willing to just say, yeah, sure, that's what all aliens are going to look like because I really want to see this story. And of course, some of the sci-fi ones, the ones that dip a little more into sci-fi over the fantasy, sometimes they'll try a little harder to say, what if the alien is just a streak of light? And like, okay, well, at least you're trying. But I think the fans, the consumers of all these things are, I don't want to say it's a lower standard. I want to say they've decided that obsessing over quality is not going to get them anywhere. And if they want to have these things, they have to just say, look, I have to not care about some of these things. And so some of the writing is a little schlocky. Some of the characters are poorly constructed. Some of the,
You're talking about the new BSG.
I'm talking about all of them.
All things. Okay.
I mean, I also watched Buck Rogers. I mean, I am willing to tolerate some pretty low quality.
Yeah.
I mean,
So, apart from, go on, Andrea.
I was just gonna say, for me, like, and I've not watched either completely through. Like, I've watched the majority of each. For me, I would say like, I like the story of the reboot more, but I like the ending of the original more. And I guess for me, like, that kind of comes down to like the fundamental differences in what they're saying. Is like the new one is kind of like a, the gritty like realism, stuff like that. The ending is just like, oh yeah, and then we blew it up. And there's some hope, but it's like, yeah, Earth's gone, bye bye. We're all dead. Whereas the original was like, it was a little bit confusing, but it was just like, it was more hopeful. It's like, oh yeah, our brothers and sisters from this other series of colonies are going to somehow integrate into our society, and it's going to be all okay probably.
right.
It was also a bigger universe, the original, I think. Whereas they really wiped out
to make.
Right.
Yeah.
There was so much. I think they did a much better job with the sort of cosmic arc, ARK concept than a lot of sci-fi and space fantasy endeavors have tried. A lot of them tend to be almost too far into the, yay, everything's hearts and unicorns. This one was at least a little more realistic about like, well, there's going to be a lot of hostile stuff. Not everybody's going to get along. Plans will go sideways. But we still think that we can make this work. And that's what made you kind of get drawn in and say, I'm invested in the plight of these guys. It's not always working, but they've got their hearts in the right place. They're trying. And even some of the sillier ideas like the Federation type things and all were they figured out
when
when
it dig at Star Trek.
No, they had
okay,
one
continue.
too. But but the some of those things just I think they had. I agree with Andrea. Like the hope was part of what kept you coming back because even when bad things happened, you kind of had some semblance of. But here's why we're still trying. Whereas the newer one didn't seem to feel it needed to give you that anymore.
Well,
Um,
it's
The last season of the newer one, the writer's strike ended it. I mean, they were, those guys were writing. I think it was season 4 was the last season. I don't remember, but they were. You don't write 2-3 seasons ahead. They felt like they were in the middle of it, and like that because I was working in LA at the time.
a little background really quick
Yeah.
on Ken. Ken, who are you?
My name is Ken. I do stuff.
Ken has been on a lot of projects, a lot of pretty big projects, writing, editing, doing all kinds of stuff. So he lived in Los Angeles for quite a while, in deep the film shit. And I believe it was. Were you here during the writer's strike, or were you here after?
I was there.
Yeah.
I was there during the 2004.
Yeah, so this is the perspective we're getting. Go on.
I think it was 2006 or 7 writer's strike, which was. It seemed like the newer writer's strike was a lot more painful than the.
It was a lot longer,
and it was a lot longer.
But it didn't fuck up BSG.
LA is a different world, but I mean, any negativity that goes to that show. I mean, I was a huge fan of the show at the time, and when that went on, and like as a person, like there wasn't an editor strike or an animator strike. I worked through that whole time. Don't call me a scab. You got to pay rent somehow.
Yeah.
But they just rehashed old footage. So it's not. They did what they could with what they had. It wasn't intentional. The whole
in hindsight,
last season was not intentional.
In hindsight, though, or go on, Brett.
Well, I did want to clarify. I'm not making a necessarily a quality assessment about BSG in the sense that I thought it was poorly done. That was actually more of a defense of the older one, because I think a lot of people look back at something that was made like 30 or 40 years ago and go, well, that's garbage. I'm like, well, that's kind of what we had.
That's what you had to go with.
But it was amazing for a TV show at the time in the 70s. I was watching some footage of it just now, and like it looked really good, even as a VFX.
There is a bit of a story. When it comes to a lot of the VFX that were used with the original, because a lot of the people involved were born as a result of a schism when one of the bigger VFX guys that worked under George Lucas ended up leaving, and Lucas and company did not take it well at all.
They shouldn't, because this looks like Star Wars.
Well, I forget the guy's name, but in the halls of Lucas, he was treated as a traitor for his departure and work on that project.
Oh shit!
Like when I say that things that they did not take it well, I am being very, very serious, which is saying something given all of the insane dramas that happened within just within the development of Empire Strikes Back around that time.
Par for the course for Lucas, though. I think he held grudges quite a bit.
Sure, and it's no joke. If you go up to Skywalker Ranch and you start putting flyers on their property, the Skywalker Ranch police will come and get you from personal experience pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you put flyers on Skywalker Ranch?
It's promoting
your podcast, man. Come on,
independent film. It was a long time ago. They asked us to leave.
That feels like trolling. My trolling wasn't well received. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Now,
at the very least, when I troll, it's things like tricking people into driving in circles by putting up signs that say "free T-shirts, turn right."
Now, every so often, Hoker,
we were definitely in the wrong.
Hoker will troll. He'll troll our own live stream with the sponsors that he does. Won't you, sir?
Yeah. Although that's kind of your idea.
Hey, shut up.
That backfired.
But of course, the idea was so, like, some exec would see this film that we made and like, give us a call. I mean, that's not the. We learned from that. that was a learning experience. They did not see it, and I'm sure that none of those security people saw it because they gave us our flyers back and they said, "Here you go."
They gave them back?
They gave them back.
That's very nice of them.
Well, for a lot of reasons. Like, for instance, I have friends that are writers in LA that, you can't talk to them. I can't put you in contact with them because if you have a conversation with them and they use your idea, there's potential for them to, get you to sue them.
Right,
so
right.
it's a weird world. So if like Skywalker pulled anybody from that place pulled any information off that flyer, like the reality is that then
it could be baiting someone for
it's our thirst trap or whatever. What is it called?
Right.
Thirst trap.
I want to do a comment really quick. So Xanatrix has been talking a little bit. Don't know if they're still on, but they've been saying moderation in all things, including moderation, since they were young. They said, "Have you forgotten the jellyfish Hanar from Mass Effect?" Which I didn't play. That converse through light impulses. I think he's referring to Brett when you were talking about.
I was going to say several comments I made. Yeah. And that quote was from one of my friend's dads. I'm positive it's not his quote, but that's where I heard it. And I tend to agree. Like, in other words, it's generally better to find some place in the middle of the spectrum, not hit the extremes, as Mildra had been talking about at the time when I said that. And
pendulum, right?
he was talking about the pendulum effect, and as we all know, the pendulum on either end tends to not be the desirable position. But but even in moderation means sometimes it's okay to take an extreme position on something. You can't always just wash about in the middle. Sometimes it's okay to pick that extreme position, and that doesn't have to be a political statement. That could be anything, but that's the idea, is never always one, just the one stance. You can't always be extreme. You can't always be moderate. You've got to kind of pick your path, and it should be a combination of those things if you want. I guess
it's whatever works for the, just going back to,
right,
in kind of a layman way, to the Book of Five Rings, right?
Right.
Like,
right.
Well,
if you want to believe that Musashi had the answers.
I mean, the idea of what's your goal, and
right,
whatever it takes to achieve the goal, that's what you do.
Right.
That's the reason that, he won all the whatever.
And I think aphorisms like that are really not meant to necessarily tell you what to do, but to sort of give you a pause, a time to think about, like, if I'm at a crossroads and my general guiding principle seems to be misapplied, is there another way to look at it? And that, I think that was meant to sort of liberate you to say, yes, you can absolutely step outside your normal paradigm and it could still be the best path for you. I think that's
Have any of you ever read a Zen koan?
No, what is it?
Yeah.
A Zen koan. Koan.
Yeah,
tell us.
Koan. Yeah.
I'm going to be vastly simplifying the matter, because whenever I'm dealing with Buddhism, that's a complicated subject. But they are passages that one is meant to reflect on the intent and interpret them. They're not meant to be taken at face value.
Right.
And where this ties into something like the Book of Five Rings is in that similar sense of a lot of the stuff is not meant to be taken at face value, but to be interpreted upon.
Correct.
Some a little bit more than others. I mean, the Book of Air was Musashi just taking pot shots at a lot of swordsmanship culture of his day.
And exactly, and what so I think the idea of just like you, I guess the words I would use is, I think the ideal would be for it to be descriptive rather than prescriptive. So more of like, however, I'm not telling you how to get there, but
it's a way of going about getting
right there. Exactly. And I think the koans, because a lot of them, some of them kind of tread a little bit on the edge of absurdism. Like they're kind of odd when you think about them. But that's the idea, is you think about this, and it's supposed to inspire where you take it. It's not supposed to tell you where to take it, or even what to think. It's, in fact, sometimes the weirder ones are the ones that may get you somewhere better, in a sense.
Sliding to the aside, was it ablative, Holker?
He said a blout.
A blout.
Yeah.
A blout. So we're talking about a Zen koan, right?
Koan.
Koan.
Yes.
Now, what you just said about the koans, I'm going to get kicked for this, reminds me of the Coens. The Coen brothers, right?
Oh,
You get, yeah? Is it sinking in yet? The level of depravity that I just went to? I know. But it's a thing. It's a thing.
it was that was quite a walk.
You're welcome.
That was not stretching it. That was having Reed Richards drawn and quartered.
It's not even search. You can't. AI doesn't know what to do with it. Is what that the answer to that. You've broken AI with that stretch.
All right. Well, how about this? So basically, we're talking. And correct me where I'm wrong here. Not that anyone wouldn't. We're talking about not necessarily the way to get somewhere to your goals, but you have to adapt to the situation, right?
Right. I think anyone with any wisdom is generally going to preach adaptation. That's
BSG episode season 3.5. I'm just saying they knew where they wanted to go, okay, and they had to get there. So there's a couple seasons that aren't that great up until season 3.5. I think that's the one where they get to the planet. I think it is. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
I've never seen an episode.
Good. Never do. I hate.
I know what you're talking about.
The Nukes planet.
But I'm not going to say anything further than that because principles.
Indeed. Well, I'm spoiler like a motherfucker.
Planet, is that the planet you're talking about?
It's one of them. They get to several new planets. But I appreciate that, Mildra, because I'm usually a person who's. Go on.
The radioactive planet.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not that one.
No.
And you definitely want to tread lightly on that brand new show that nobody's heard of, because they wouldn't.
But the thing is
spoiler alert.
Mildra,
I'm
actually, Mildra, explain yourself if you don't mind. What principles?
No, I agree with him. I'm just teasing.
I've always operated under the assumption that somebody hearing this could be just as much of a newcomer, and if something I say is enough to bring them into something, or I'm in a conversation that is not focused on a certain thing, then I generally try to not avoid but minimize spoiling, because I wouldn't want their experience to be tainted. I'd rather Stanley once said that every comic is someone's first, and I try to help I want to help people have a fresh eyes appearance with something.
Devil's advocate, though, opining at all is spoiling. I mean, it really is. So
that's why I said minimize.
Yeah,
right.
But I mean, it's you're always going to influence someone's first experience if you're giving them anything going in, and that doesn't even have to be revealing a plot point or something. That could be, I told you a particular actor's in there, so they already have preconceptions. I'm
aware of that. That's why I try and tread carefully with this kind of
extremes, as we've covered, right? So basically, we take it into account. I
think that we, but anybody who's watching this, if they're watching this and they haven't seen Battlestar Galactica, I mean, that's kind of
Holker hasn't.
They're not going to see it. I mean,
you don't know that.
He might see it.
Well,
Andrea, have you seen BSG, the new one?
Yeah.
You're right. You were talking about it, right?
Yeah.
I would tend to say it's not so much that, but just, I mean, when something has been absorbed into the culture, which Battlestar in both forms has, probably the old one is kind of fallen out at this point, but
I think the
Battlestar
new one's actually fallen out, to be honest with you. But go on, sorry.
Mostly just due to time, I would say, but I think people have still largely embraced it as one of our bigger sci-fi franchises.
The Deadlock video game is still getting updates. So
Oh, okay.
So so what I would say is when it's kind of like saying, are you worried about spoiling Friends? I mean, like.
Can you
and so-
spoil Friends though? Right.
Well,
not to
I mean,
put too fine a point on the spoiling thing, but in general, I don't want to be a dick.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I
think there should be like a 10-year.
I'm not picking a battle with
right?
you, Mildra. What I'm trying to say is, I'm sort of just saying, I think other people, by expectations of thinking they can be insulated from something that's absorbed by the culture, is they're sort of imposing on you. Like that's what I'm saying. I don't think you're doing anything wrong. I think them having expectations that they can hide from something that's completely prevalent in culture is a bit naive.
That is
well,
not.
kind of.
Well, that's to those kind of people. I would simply say, for one, skill issue. 2, I would not want somebody to just blurt out the ending of something that I'm looking into, even if I'm only looking into it in passing. And I am a believer to an extent of the golden rule.
Okay,
it's interesting. It's interesting. Let me put some context on this really quick. When I think about this conversation, I frame it. I don't frame it in terms of like video game endings and those kinds of things. I frame it more like, like a book or what the fuck am I saying? I can't read. Like a film or something like that. And there's definitely the feeling of if the film or the TV show's been out long enough, like how long do people have to wait before they can openly talk about it? So are we just having two ideas out there, or are we able to come to a consensus of what's the best way to go about things, particularly
The best way to go about
on a
things
podcast?
is a judgment call. And truth be told, when it comes to getting into later season weeds with something like BSG, that's in this particular case, that's something I'd want to avoid, because I don't want to jump right in and have people who are less familiar be confused, and then have to build that up, and by that point it becomes a bunch of flim flam. So in that kind of situation, better to just not dive into that angle. It's the same reason why if I was talking about say I don't know if I was talking about Doctor Who, I wouldn't try and go into.
Yeah, we ain't gonna talk Doctor. We're not gonna touch Doctor Who with a 10-foot pole.
Don't spoil Doctor Who for me.
Whovians, man,
the Aztecs.
They'll come after you.
Like episode 4 on that.
Yeah, I think we're conflating some things here.
Yeah, Brett.
Like telling someone who the murderer was in an Agatha Christie novel is not the same thing as discussing various traits of a character.
Which is why I honestly feel that there's no one unified way to approach this. It does
exactly.
At the end of the day have to be a judgment call. And truth be told, the other reason I don't want to dive too much into something like BSG, old or new, is one passage of time, and two the time is a resource, and I don't think this was meant to be a BSG podcast episode.
Oh no, man, we're going all BSG all day.
Yeah, no,
don't lie to me.
I agree with you. All I was saying is, like, for example, for me, it would be any comment about, like, say, an identity of a Cylon. That's obnoxious. Don't do that.
Yeah, that's a little lame, because that's what the show's about.
Right, exactly.
Right?
But if you want to just spout off about Starbuck, I mean, go ahead. Even if someone's never seen the show, and if you accidentally influence their opinion going in, it's like, well, that sucks. That if it colored their opinion, but that is a little bit of how discourse works.
Now, Brett,
I will make jokes about
as long as we don't reveal the gender of Starbuck, I think we're fine.
Whoa! Hey, that was my next question. Damn it!
Yeah.
Hey, I will make jokes about Adama's flashlight, though.
yeah.
Yeah.
Andrea, what were you saying? What were we saying, Andrea?
Did you not know?
I still
No, that was exactly my my next question. I was gonna be like, but which Starbuck though?
Right.
Oh.
Right.
What were you saying,
Yeah.
Brett?
Well, and that's the thing is because largely I would say I think it shouldn't be important to your experience in Battlestar to have not known the gender of Starbuck going in. You know, like that's a weird thing to change your opinion of the show.
Who's the actress who plays her in the new one?
Oh, Katie Sackhoff.
Man,
Yeah.
she's awesome. She's
Yeah,
awesome.
I love all
I
her
mean,
shit.
Yeah, it's her. You know, the gender of Starbuck was completely irrelevant to the story, so that doesn't knowing that
Right,
going
it doesn't
in
matter.
doesn't change anything.
Well, I have a question.
Hit it.
So let's say someone wants to play a game called Metroid.
Uh-oh.
One
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
You're gonna get your
Doom.
fucking shit
Doom.
blown out
Doom.
when
Doom.
when
Are
you
you
get
gonna
to
talk
the
about
end.
Metroid?
Are you going to
What I'm
spoil
saying is-
Metroid for me?
What I'm saying is, if you play some of the later games, right,
Well, you know automatically.
Yeah.
you know automatically, and so the first game is spoiled for you
remember-
in effect.
Do you
Yeah, it was a
remember
big
the little?
reveal. Yeah.
So you got the. I know I'm talking to the choir here, preaching to the choir. You got the little cassette deal, or the cartridge, I should say. You got the weird rectangle booklet, yeah, and it told you how to play the game. Boom, and it uses the pronoun he, the whole fucking way for Samus Aran. Boom, you win that motherfucker. In normal NES fashion, you restart the game. It's harder. One, you're in a goddamn like a bikini or something, right?
Yeah, if it's the special ending. If you're a really good player, I
It's the
think.
old special ending. And boom, you're a lady, and she's fucking badass because the whole time you're playing this woman, you have no idea. Samus Aran's bomb, and she's a bounty hunter to boot. She's not actually a good guy. I mean, I don't think of bounty hunters as good guys.
But did you?
I was going to
did
say
you
they're
see the
kind of in the
end?
gray area, aren't they?
Mm. What were we
It
saying, Jen?
depends on which bounties they take, right?
Truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, so I was talking to my special lady friend, and she was like, "Oh yeah, what's Metroid?" And because she wasn't in that culture,
That's
and
fair.
I was like, "Well, here's the thing about Metroid that actually confused me as a kid. The game's not about Metroid at all. Like Metroid is, like it's almost like an environmental issue. Like they're these wonderful creatures that can do so much, right?" I don't want to evoke Star Trek Discovery because I won't lie, I do not like that show.
I love that its acronym is STD.
Ooh.
I think it's been good. I mean,
Oh, you get a
I found
narrative
it
point. That's
interesting.
good. That's
that's
Season one's okay.
It has its merits, and it's
Goddamn.
really well done. The visual
But
effects are stunning, and
You were about to. I feel like you were about to bring up the whole thing with the
Yes.
tardigrades, which
Yep,
was
that's
a
exactly it.
whole can of worms,
Yep.
legally speaking.
Yes.
I
Yes,
suspect
that's exactly what I was talking about.
if I had to guess, I suspect Metroid got its name in the translation.
Well,
The Metroid. I mean, who knows? Who knows? The Metroids are fucking terrifying. Dear God. Like
it's
when
like
you finally
Geiger
get to the
puked all over a thing.
what'd you say?
Geiger?
Oh, the guy, the Guyver or
No,
Geiger?
Geiger.
Geiger. HR
the
Geiger.
artist.
Oh, HR
Yeah.
Geiger.
It's
Yeah.
like a Geiger puke. It's like Alien.
as far as where the name came from, it wasn't the localization. What ended up there was an interview where one of the designers, Hiroji Kiyotake, was asked about it, and he had said, and I had to grab the quote so I could double check. There was one staff member, and the two of us decided on it. We attached Android to the Metroid subway, and that's how we got Metroid.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Very
Man.
Japanese approach. They love their yeah.
Japanese wordplay. It's
Portmanteaus.
fun,
Dude, Metroid was a crazy game.
but
But you couldn't
Well, I mean,
you could ruin it, but not really.
Well, in terms of like the naming part of it too, because like I mean, you think of like Zelda, The Legend of Zelda. It's like not obviously the whole game you're not playing Zelda. Zelda
But you
kind of
think
like
you are. If you were fucking 8 years old playing that bitch, and you're like, wait, my name's not Zelda? No, it's about the Legend of Zelda. God
You're
damn.
Link. So I mean, I think from the beginning you know you're Link.
Do you?
Yeah.
It
A
out
Link to the Past. All that
I was
stuff.
too young. I was just playing. I was like, why can't I get past the white sword? What the fuck?
Dude,
as my mentor would often say, get more gooder.
get more damn.
Practice makes better.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure the only
no.
Zelda game I ever actually played was like the second one.
Link to the Past?
No, I think she means
Or no,
Zelda 2.
Adventures of Link.
Yes.
The one, so like I remember I distinctly remember there's this one part of the game where you like you find this treasure box and you open it, then all of a sudden like the whole world changes, like color
No,
palettes
that's the
and
Super
stuff.
Nintendo version.
No.
Yeah. No.
That would be Adventure of Link.
Okay.
Is it? Because Adventures of Link
Or-
is the second one on the NES.
Yes.
And it had both the side scroller. It was mainly side scrolling. You had like this weird over the top map view.
a lot
It was over the top map.
games around that time when it came to their second entry.
That's how they rolled.
Because of the fact that they didn't really have a clear idea of what to do next. A lot of folks did a bunch of weird experiments, and not all of them stuck. Like, look at the original Super Mario Brothers Actually, no, Mario's a bad example because of the whole lost levels thing. We didn't actually get Mario 2 until the SNES era.
Right.
Because Nintendo decided that the actual Mario 2, which was the Lost Levels and All Stars, was too hard for the Americans. And then when I played an emulation of the original one, I'm like, yeah, I can see that, especially with those poison mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
But look at, say, Castlevania 2, which was trying to do more of a open world approach, which wasn't a terrible idea. It's just that it was an idea that the NES couldn't handle. You know, the things like a somewhat open world and a day-night cycle.
Yeah, but man, when it turned night, you were like, "Oh shit, I better get indoors."
Yeah. It was a case of punching above its own weight class because there were slowdowns a lot. There was sprite flickering a lot, and that's usually a sign that it's trying to do too much for what the system can actually take. And Zelda 2 is no exception to this kind of experimenting.
Yeah, it
thing.
definitely did that.
The formula hadn't really been nailed down at that point, so it's easy to look now and say, oh, okay, this is the formula and how these things were working. But at that time, they had no clue. I mean, and keep in mind, we're just coming off of the video game crash.
What is the video game crash?
In the mid '80s.
If you want to know what the video game crash is, play some game if you want to know what the video game crash in 1985 is, play E.T. for Atari.
E.T. was one factor, but that was one factor of three that played into it.
And play some other games too.
And if you want a copy, just go to the Arizona desert.
But E.T. was one factor because they had 6 weeks to make that thing.
God damn.
Yeah, they had to make a whole, because they wanted it in time for Christmas. They were only given 6 weeks, which even back then, that was insane.
No, that's insane.
Nowadays, that would be considered psychotic. That back then, it's like you're really pushing it. And the second thing was the sheer amount of crap that was festooning the Atari 2600. Because everybody was trying to make a game. Even people who like pet food manufacturers like Purina were trying to get in on it, or toy manufacturers like LJN. And as Sturgeon's law dictates, 90% of everything is crap. A lot of those bad games were just creating a market flood. The third thing was the rising affordability of PC. So the question that was coming up a lot was, well, why should I get a gaming console when I can do games and other things with a PC?
That's kind of an ongoing argument these days. People have definitely factionalized on that one.
No, that is definitely the case, and that's the reason why Nintendo insisted on the level of control that they had with the NES. The reason why there was the whole seal of quality thing, because the attitude that they had for third parties was, you can only make a certain number of games and have them get the seal of quality a year. And it was a very low number. I can't remember the exact one. I think it was around 7. It was like 6 or 7. Because they didn't want that same market flood that pretty much killed the Atari to happen again. And even to this day, Atari's never fully recovered from all the stuff that happened during the 80s.
Wow, I never knew about all this stuff.
I fashion myself a bit of a historian when it comes to just studying these kind of things, because whenever it comes to why something happened, there's never just one thing that led to it. It's always a collection of things. A lot of people say, yeah, E.T. caused the crash. That's not exactly accurate. It played its part, but it wasn't the biggest factor. Just to use that as an example. Or
well, that's and of course you stand on strong ground, because that's sort of just how history works. People should know that.
Yeah.
So, all right, we're coming up on. Let's see, it's 6 p.m. for me, so it's what is it, 9 your guys' time, Eastern Standard?
It is
Central?
8. It is 8 my time, since I'm in Central.
All right, so we're gonna go over a little bit. Let's do a little bit of wrap up of our thoughts. We've been wandering through the masses of all these different things, which has actually been really interesting. I stopped actually writing down our topics because we've been awesome. One was Iceland.
Sorry about that.
Remember that?
I feel like that went on too long.
Mildra, that was just before you had.
By the way, for anyone who wanted to know, this steakhouse that I sang the praises of for like 10 minutes straight, it was Hereford.
Iceland's been in the news lately. I mean, that volcano has re-erupted in the last couple of weeks. So I mean,
it fucked up all the flights.
That is definitely that is meta. That is meta.
Damn. Cybersecurity we dealt with. We popped back and forth on several things, but Star Trek, BSG, the idea of etiquette when talking about franchises and spoilers and such seems to be pretty much where we were headed. We dealt with Assassin's Creed as a franchise. Decided it totally sucks. That's not at all what we decided, but
just ship that off to Ubisoft. That's our rating.
I wanted to hit some of the comments real quick. Xanatrix jumping in, kicking it. Basically says even Musashi Miyamoto knew he didn't have all the answers. And then he talks about the Book of the Five Rings and such.
Yeah,
okay.
He was pretty clear on that. He was very anti-establishment, so he was definitely not trying to say, "But I'm the authority." That would have been very off-brand for him.
Closing thoughts. We have a few minutes. We're not in any rush or anything, but I want to get to. I'm going to put some people on the spot. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to think about your mistakes in life.
How much time you got? Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Well, I clicked on this Calendly link for 9 p.m.
Whoops. Yeah.
It's early days.
And if you guys are cool going a little bit longer, we can take a break and then come back. How do you all feel? What's
I'm probably going to hop off here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am an all day. I can go for days.
What about you, Brett?
I've got a little bit longer.
And what about you, Ken?
I mean, I feel like it ends when I stop.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
I'm okay with that too. No pressure on Ken.
All right, well, let's do a 5-minute bathroom break, get some water and all that good stuff. I know. Hey, guess what, Ken? We're doing a break. Do like a 5-minute bathroom break.
Thanks for the
Holker,
heads up.
Andrea, if you can hang on for a few minutes, it's cool. If you got to roll, it's fine. But I want to kind of like recenter things and start wrapping it up. Maybe do like 15, 20 minutes max. After that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off.
All right, we'll say bye to everybody.
I'd like to say thank you to the guests for showing up. Been fun. You should come back sometime.
Absolutely.
Boom. Holker, peace out, dude. Andrew, you gonna hang? You gonna
Yep,
roll?
I'm gonna bounce too.
All right.
But yep, good talking to you guys. It
Yep.
was a lot of fun.
Yeah, you too.
Bye, Andrea.
All right, catch you guys next time.
Stay frosty.
For the rest of us, let's take a 5-minute break. Let's use the bathroom, get some coffee, all that good stuff, and then come back and kind of finish up this discussion, get it to a stopping point. Cool?
Word.
Watching the stream at all? Give me 1 second. Hey guys, we're back on just for a second because I have to find one of the luxuries of being. No, we're gonna come back once again. Is that
I just remember all these fights, and I lost a friendship over that game and all that kind of stuff. And that's because for a long time that's how games were designed.
Are we?
Then again, I've
Ken, are we
jokingly.
live right now?
We're back. We're just back live.
Sweet, awesome. Continue.
What I was about to say was, I have jokingly referred to Jenga as a legal form of torture.
I would generally say that about most party games.
Dude, party games. There's a bunch of meetups out here. Do Mildra? I don't know how specific you want to get on this. Whereabouts in the U.S. or in the world are you?
Minnesota.
Oh, so you are in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said that.
Well, I knew he was from Minnesota. I didn't realize he was still there. So excellent. Hold on a second. Anyway.
So I
go on. Yeah, my idea had to do with meetup. Do you guys know what that is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is it strong where you are? Because in Kentucky, at least in Lexington, where I used to live, it was for a hot minute it was something, and then
Depends on time of year.
My experience has been in small towns that could probably benefit from it, they don't use it effectively. And from larger towns, people already have means of creating hubs of certain hobby communities and things like that, and they don't really need it. So it just seems like it's a solution looking for a problem.
My experience has been, as I said before, it depends on the time of the year. Because when the winter really starts kicking in, unless it is absolutely required for either job or getting essentials, nobody is leaving their house.
Oh, right, because Minnesota.
Because it's too friggin' cold.
Right.
Oh.
So out here in Los Angeles, at least, meetup is a thing.
Yeah.
Which I've been astounded by.
Well, the temperature goes below 70 and everybody starts wearing sweaters over there.
Yeah. Right now it's raining like a motherfucker and people are going nuts. Because it's rain, right? And when I say motherfucker, it's not really rain.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure if I was over there, you'd know, because you'd hear the laughter for miles.
Oh, why is that?
Because I'd be laughing at everybody panicking over a little bit of rain and a little bit of cold.
Rain is dangerous in LA. You don't want to joke with rain in LA for two reasons. The first most dangerous reason is that those roads turn into worse than ice.
Oh, I know.
And then the second reason is if you live in the hills, and I lived in the hills during some rainstorms, those hills turn into mudslides. And
yeah, I'm not diminishing that. It's just that from some of my friends in warmer climates, every year they give me shit about the fact that I'm up here freezing and they're down there and they're warm, wearing t-shirts and all that. And the moment they get a little bit of cold, they end up panicking. I'm like, shoot, nice. Now you know how it feels to be on the other side of the glass, motherfucker.
And
I love it.
The cold is no joke, because you don't really have a heater either. I mean so we had a gas heater, and you turn that thing on and it smelled like 20 years or 40 years of dust burning. It was scary shit.
You're talking about Los Angeles?
Yeah, in Los Angeles. You don't want to turn on your
It does
heater.
get cold. It gets chilly. It doesn't get cold. There's definitely been points where I'm like, dude, I need. Kentucky gets down to minus 15.
Yeah, but it's
Fahrenheit.
cold with no heat. Do you have central heat? No. Do you?
Yeah.
Because why? You're in the valley.
Right.
You don't need central heat.
Right.
You certainly don't have gas heat.
The real question is, why the fuck did I bring up meetup? It was based on something you guys were talking about. I totally lost my train of thought.
Yeah, that seems to happen a lot.
Yeah.
We were talking about playing board games.
Mm-hmm.
And
board games.
Getting together. There was a board game called Lost Ruins of
Arnak.
Arnak.
Yeah.
That was briefly discussed.
Yeah, and then
And-
I ended up bringing up the infamy of monster board games like Campaign for North Africa, as well as
Yes.
that gag about Jenga, and by extension, those
right.
party games.
Party games, that's what it was. Yeah, there's these meetups that I was like, so I'm trying to promote Dreadlore, as the game system and all that stuff, as one does. And so I'm like going to all the meetups and being like, hey, would you like to play this? But a vast majority of them, they either want to play D&D or D20, okay? Or they want to do party games. Now, D20, I understand it's ubiquitous. People know it. They think it's easy for some reason. Whatever. They really, really have... They just need to support Hasbro for some reason. Whatever. Fine. Do that. But party games?
I
don't
can jump
get
in
that.
on that. I can jump
I
in
don't
on
get
that. Because since I'm a heavy board gamer, I'm constantly dealing with the organization of various events, various player counts, and all these kinds of things. And what I can tell you is, well-designed, well-balanced, heavy mechanic board games have a problem with player count. They do tend to top out at 4. There are plenty that go past, but not as many as you might like. So your variety drops off significantly if you're wanting to play very intricate, complicated board games, and your player count has gone past 4. So one of the reasons is player count. People start, there are 8 people here, and we want everybody to play. So quite often the only games that will accommodate the high player counts are these silly games, because it's very hard to have really tight mechanics if you've got that many people participating. First of all, it's just hard to balance, and second of all, actually the logistics of it are pretty easy to read down. First of all, it's hard to balance. Second of all, you're going to have component issues. Are you really going to have this giant box filled with enough stuff for 10 people? And then third of all, there's the downtime for turns and all that kind of stuff. So the game gets crazy long. You've got to hold the attention of 10, 8, whatever people while they're not actively doing something. It starts to fall apart rapidly. But party games, of course, they're all about the interaction. They're all about the social component. In fact, that's more important than the game in most cases. Somebody said something silly. That's what we're going to remember. We're not going to remember, somebody did a cool move or, figured out a neat way to use the mechanics to their advantage. We're going to remember that somebody said something silly or whatever. And that's
or picking a fight over Cards Against Humanity, because I've actually experienced that.
Absolutely.
One of the members of our party, I think they were so wasted that there was an answer to Cards Against Humanity that they said, and you expect a certain amount of give and take for the room, but I think when there's a certain amount of alcohol involved, it doesn't matter what it is. They're like, "Are you picking a fight with me?" It's like, where did this come from?
The game was designed to create strife. I mean, that is the point of it. But as sort of the lead in to TTRPGs, I think that's kind of why sometimes you get that overlap of the party gamers and the TTRPGers, is because they're there for the experience. They're there for the story, the narrative. They want to be able to talk about, the GM was completely exasperated because we wouldn't leave the tavern, and my friend wanted to marry his dog, and so on and so on. And, he kept rolling to hit on the wench, but we had this quest that we were completely ignoring. And those are the kinds of things that they want to talk about for years and years afterward. Those are the memorable stories. They'll talk about them almost as if they experienced them personally,
they did. They did experience them personally.
Well,
and
right.
That's immersion right there. Boom. Now, go on with what you were saying.
So I think some people are up for, okay, let's add an actual system to this. Let's add, an actually well thought out story, and then they'll opt. They'll opt for the.
What is it? Dreadlore. Right. Continue.
Just keep hanging that banner.
Just keep.
And that's exactly it. That's the appeal. People sometimes want that. But then there are others who, either because they've been influenced by stigma or whatever else, they may not be up for all the system, the commitment, knowing, oh, I have to come back here next week and do this again, some of that kind of stuff. They feel a little silly. The performance anxiety, all those kinds of things tend to make them say, well, or I could just draw pictures and get people to guess what it is. And we'll have just as many funny stories to tell about blah, blah, blah. There has been developed a middle ground. We often refer to them as RPGs in a box. And what those are they're heavy narrative, driven towards the characters being able to make a lot of choices that drive the game. They're trying to say, if we can keep you on rails so you stop trying to marry the wench at the tavern, but actually try to complete the quest, we'll build the mechanics around to get you there and try to ensure that you have the experience that we think you want.
It's the reward system.
Right, in a sense. And also just, that structure tends to keep things a little more on track, which it's going to be a split, right? Some people want the chaos. They don't want the game telling them what to do.
Right, but they want their character. So I mentioned this before. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna. My buddy Ro Willstall, he told me this, and it really informed the way that I think about systems, which we can argue about. The system teaches the player how to play.
Yeah.
And this delves into the reward system. I'm gonna let you guys go with that.
Yeah. Well, when I'm teaching games, usually one of the phrases that I wear out all the time, especially because I tend to, I prefer heavy games. So I'm usually teaching something that's got big rule books, lots and lots going on. And so I always tell people as I'm teaching them the game, I say, first you learn how to play, then you learn how to win. And so your first experience out should always be just try all the mechanics, do all the things, figure out, just fiddle around. Don't worry about whether you're going to win.
You're a good teacher though, and like I've played. It's been many years actually since we played board games together over at Brad's, but that's where Meatland came from.
Meatland.
That was a video game. But anyway, you're a very good teacher when it comes to those things, because when I would play board games with you, not to like blow smoke up your ass, but it's a thing, I never felt like intimidated by, oh, I'm just going to fucking lose. But a lot of people, when you play, they're just trying to win all the time.
Right.
It's like when you start playing chess, not to get on a tangent, although we will.
It's relevant.
Like, you play chess, and a lot of people I know that play chess, they don't play anymore. Because they're like, I'm just going to fucking lose. Because there's such this bruh attitude of like, oh yeah, I won. And it's like, of course you won. My rating is like 1,000, and yours is like 2,000. Of course you won. But if you're stupid.
Right, and that's so there are a couple things at play there. One is, I generally say a good call sign of a game is you enjoy it even if you don't win. If you have to, if you have to win,
out of it. That doesn't count.
If you have to win to enjoy a game, maybe the game's not that great.
You can win at chess. I'm sorry. You can quote unquote win at chess by losing, or I should say, how do I say this correctly? You can still have fun when you lose, in my opinion, if you're playing well.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
so you're playing
I played
well
rated
and
players,
you lose?
And it's more like if I would lose games, but if I made them have to think playing rated, it wasn't just 20 or 30 moves, but like it got out into the weeds, into the late game stuff.
And the second component that I was going to mention on and that anxiety that people have approaching a game is also that the game is measuring something about them. They feel that it has to.
Yeah. Like
they're worried. Right. I'm not smart if I don't put in a good showing.
Right.
If I come in last.
Is about.
Right. They're looking at this saying, oh, I came in last, so did that just place me as the dumbest among my friends? They don't want that experience because they believe that is what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that's another thing that you kind of want to try to dispel. Like, this game isn't saying whether you're smart or not. And a losing strategy doesn't mean you're dumb. It just means you tried something and it didn't work.
Again, we when we were talking, I think you guys were talking about, and Mildra as well, about Axis and Allies.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I played Axis and Allies, it's been with people that play it, and within the first 20 minutes, I'm like, I'm done, because they're all like, oh, I'm making the wrong move.
They see that you didn't do it right, and
so you didn't do it right. So
I'd like to draw a parallel to an issue that I've seen when it comes to multiplayer in video games, because I love me some shooters, I love me some multiplayer games. It's not the sole thing I focus on, but I give a lot of time to it. And there's been one particular problem that has been a self-inflicted problem that has been occurring quite a bit is how matchmaking works in a lot of games. You will not find a single person who actively likes skill-based matchmaking that's been pushed for the last few years. A lot of people will honestly prefer a ranked set, stuff like ranked, stuff like a server browser, which is what Battlefield uses, at least with the good Battlefield games.
Can you give a little bit of background on that? Because I understand about halfway.
So, there are two major schools of thought when it comes to a lot of matchmaking. Now, a lot of games will either have casual matches, which is just meant to be lighter queues, and where you're supposed to get matched up with is supposed to be dependent on your win-loss ratio.
Okay.
And the problem that ends up happening with skill-based matchmaking is instead of using a unified rank so that you could be put with people of the same relative skill level as you, it instead has it that the more you end up winning, the harder people you end up going against. So you could have a couple good rounds, and then all of a sudden you're put up against the extra sweaty top tier, and you get wrecked.
Right. Yeah.
And a big reason why people don't like this is because it actively punishes the idea of trying to get better at the game.
I just think it's funny you said extra sweaty top tier.
You don't even have to play video games, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. The kind of person who...
Yeah, it's chess. It's that chess guy that called you names because
the chess guy who will lecture you for 30 minutes because you don't know what en passant means.
Right.
Like I've dealt with those people many times, and 9 times out of 10, I hear them for about 1 minute, and I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Right. So that's the skill-based pairing, right?
Yeah. And the reason why everybody hates it, you will find videos for days of people ranting about how much they hate skill-based matchmaking. And I'm not doing that to do some ad populum thing, but more that if so many people are coming to that conclusion, pushing it is really not a good idea, because you're going to get more of this problem. And the best way to describe why people hate it, and this includes myself, is the idea with that ranked system is, as you're getting used to the mechanics, as you're getting used to the sandbox, as you're getting used to doing the dance, as Bungie would call it, you are getting better. And even if you didn't get to like level 50 back in the days of Halo matchmaking, you still felt that you were improving your understanding of how the game works, what to do, what not to do. But because of the fact that it ends up being this dice roll when you end up doing well, if you're going to be matched up with people above your weight class, there's little room to actually get better at it.
Right. So that's the skill based. What's the other way?
I have an RIL. Can I comment to that? I have an IRL. I used to play laser tag, and so like when I played laser tag in real life, like I could never get my rank over 20 or 30, not because I wasn't playing other people, but it was I just didn't have the money or time to commit to getting to that next level. So if we went PvP versus the best, it didn't matter. Like I would do as well as I did in all the games. I would always get 1 or 2, but it was the time and energy. Is that the way it's ranked, or is it ranked based on? Okay.
Rank systems are usually based on a win-loss average, and obviously every game is going to handle this differently. But the idea is you're being matched up with people of a similar percentage to what you've got. So if you end up doing poorly a bunch, you're gonna be matched up with people who are lower on the totem pole than you. You end up doing well, you're gonna be matched up with people who are higher up on the totem pole. It's much like how you wouldn't have, say, a green belt go up against a black belt in a sparring match. You'd have them match up with somebody of the same skill level, and that sort of ranking system is what people end up preferring. And of course, this is the funny thing about this being a recurring problem in shooters is that this, in like fighting games, whether it be Street Fighter, whether it be Killer Instinct or whatnot, this is not really a problem. They keep to a rank-based matchmaking system. They don't really do this skill-based matchmaking setup. And there's also the fact that that every fighting game for the last 20 years has had some form of training mode, so you can practice combinations in what's known in the community as labbing.
Yeah, it's wild. When it comes to fighting games, I mean, the last one that I really played, it's been so long, like I'm just so out of it. But again, my buddy Ro, he was really into it, and he did the ones where like he would count the frames. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And so like the animation, he would know, oh, there's 3 frames or 6 frames or whatever.
Yeah, that's common in the fighting game community.
And it was like all these. I remember I used to go to KA, if anyone knows what that is, fucking back in the day in
Kentucky Arcade. Yeah.
Hell yeah, baby! I know you know what's up. And it'd be like all these Korean dudes smoking, just chain smoking over the Street Fighter Alpha, and these guys were monsters, like just fucking monsters. I rolled over to the Miss Pac-Man machine, where you don't count frames, you count blinks. So let's go into. Brett actually mentioned a couple things in the chat. Let me look at what they were. Things that you need to bring up. Right, Archangel. Hey,
I went
Brett.
to Joust. Everybody was playing the
Oh,
game.
motherfucking Joust, dude.
No, everybody was playing what was the Mortal Kombat? Like that was and the combos or the super double combos.
Well, Mortal Kombat didn't have combo, or not.
Oh, what was the
official
combo
ones.
game? There was a combo.
Killer Instinct was the
Was it
the
Killer
first one that I
Instinct?
remember. That's the first one. I
Like they
remember.
would do like
It was the
7
first one that
combos in a row.
exploited combos. They had
Yeah.
combos in all of them.
Keep in mind
Killer
that
combo.
keep in mind that the combo thing, when it more or less started happening in Street Fighter 2, that was an accident, and they just
Right.
ran with it.
Right.
It was-
When the players figured out air juggling and combos and all that stuff, they were exploiting the game.
I
and
see.
then basically Capcom, instead of shutting it down like some game developers
Just
do, they were like,
embraced it.
nope, let's lean
Dude,
in.
I played
Maybe it was
Sonya, all right,
Tekken?
and that's
Would it
all
be
I
Tekken
did.
that did that?
Yeah, Tekken had
Am I wrong?
Yeah,
Tekken had
was
a
all
ton of
about
air
it.
juggling.
Well-
So did Virtual Fighter.
When
Yeah.
you're dealing with 3D fighters, you have to keep in mind that's a completely different energy from 2D.
Sure.
And thus the way combos are going to work is going to be different. It is more or less an apples and oranges kind of situation.
Mm.
But
Like they're both fighter games, but they're completely different kinds of fighter games.
yeah,
Well,
it's
Executing a combo is still largely typing on the buttons, but you do have to account for space a little bit.
in 2D, spacing is far more important than in 3D for the most part.
Mm.
Combinations and more of a puppeteering approach is a bigger deal. And of course, obviously this is a generalization. It's gonna vary from from game to game. Somebody who's really good in one can't jump into another and just assume it's going to work the same way. Granted, you shouldn't be doing that with any game, period. But that's the focus for this. And for me, one of my big philosophies, especially since I became a content creator, was instead of doing this whole newbie versus seasoned dichotomy that so many people do, I want to try and I always wanted to try and encourage a path to being an expert instead of just throwing someone right in the middle and saying figure it out.
It's interesting. It's interesting because going back a little bit to what we were talking about, board games, and essentially Brett teaching me how to play board games. Look, what's the goal? Is it the social aspect, or is it just a win?
I think that there's no one right answer, because in a way it's a little
Except
of column A
that
and a
one.
little of column B, because
That was the right answer.
because of the fact that people, when you're playing in anything and being that level of competitive, you're gonna want to win. Doesn't matter if it's sports or video games.
Sports.
And it's in that same vein that I've been very critical of people trying to diminish trash talk in the fighting game scene, for instance.
Dude, trash talk's amazing. I love trash talk.
Like, I love. You're going to use every advantage you can to get someone thrown off, and that includes trash talk. I mean, if you want a bit of a rabbit hole, just look at all the stories of Larry Bird talking shit and then backing it up.
Yeah.
He was the most notorious shit talker of his day, and the worst part is he would say exactly where he was going to shoot, then he would shoot, and he would actually make it. Interestingly
enough about that though, in those games, Larry Bird is he doesn't give a shit about the social aspect. He's trying to win. I want to hear from Brett really quick. What's your answer when it comes to the winning versus social aspect, or third idea there?
Well, I mean, obviously, he hit the nail on the head, but I guess I would add to that. So not disagree by any means, but just add to that I think my take on the competitive drive isn't even always beating the other players, but seeing, even from another player, an example of how you can improve. And so when you feel that you didn't do well, or feel that you did do well, it's usually because you had a plan and you executed it, and it worked either the way you wanted it to or not. And the other player, in a sense, doesn't even have anything to do with it. I mean, if they showed you a way that you could do it better, then of course you want to exceed according to that standard they just set. Not so much like, I need to beat, Michael over there. It's not that. It's that Michael played better than you, and you want to play that well. That's what it really is. At least that's always been more my experience on it. So the competitiveness is less about beating the person, more about improving yourself through the drive exemplified by your rival players.
Go on.
And so that's another thing that I try to kind of put out there when we're playing board games in particular, because I don't think there's anything to lose on the experience by not winning. Because
the goal is
the experience and to improve.
Of course, not being a sore loser. Nobody wants a sore loser.
God,
right.
I'm such a sore loser though.
And
that's your whole chest with Bill podcast.
Dude, my
isn't it?
entire chest with Bill podcast is me just bitching about losing.
Yeah. I mean, sore losing and sore winning, because really, dealing with, people who gloat and are obnoxious, that's not always wonderful either.
No, that sucks.
It doesn't have to tank the experience. Just like you guys were saying, trash talk can be fun as long as the roots of it kind of are still in the spirit of everybody, enjoying the experience,
Right.
driving to be better,
Right,
you
right.
know, and just, camaraderie.
Yeah, talking shit when you play the fucking Halo LAN was one of my favorite things ever.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you're with friends, and you're talking shit with friends. Like,
Absolutely.
that draws you closer. It's not,
Right.
hey, I actually think you suck, you know?
I've always
When
taken the approach of the best way to deal with somebody who's really getting into it with the trash talk, beat them. Don't get mad, get even.
Get him.
Yeah.
What were we saying, Ken?
And if you listen to me or Bill pre-podcast, and we streamed some of this earlier, I was kind of setting up. The game was actually setting up the streaming system and the studio and getting everything to work. That's where my rage really comes out. It's the role-playing game that is therapeutic.
Yeah.
It's technology that gives me rage. It's the game that's supposed
we
to
have a saying
techno
we have a saying in my temple. Technology, it likes to give us the middle finger.
Yeah, all of them. All of the middle finger.
Techno Rager is a prestige class in edition 5.5.
Oh.
Okay. So this is great. We've got about 15-ish minutes till the hour, and I think that's a good call time. So about 20, 15 minutes from now, we'll end it. I'm going to put ice in my bourbon because I made a drink, and I want to do that. I still want to hear from both of you. I want you to promote your stuff. I want to hear about what you guys specifically do. And Brett, I know that we need to talk about your specific character, Archangel, who, yes, he appears in Dreadlore, and of course we're going to plug the hell out of that. But I want to hear all about that stuff, and let's dedicate this next end to you guys actually promoting your shit. You can start. I'll be back in about a minute and a half.
I do have Mildra's. It's Mildra the monk. Is that correct? I got your Twitter, and I got your YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I wanted to actually ask you is where do you get your artwork? I mean, I actually quite dig your.
There's a handful of artists that I work with for commissions and the like. Usually being very hands-on with how I do things, and given one of the projects I'm working on, there's a specific artist that I work directly with. Just having back and forth as best we can, because it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to have consistent back and forth when one of us is in the States and the other one's in the Philippines. I hate time zones so much. You have no
time
idea.
zones are great.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I get it. I used to work with India when I worked at Marvel for a while, and at the time we were doing a lot of they were doing all of our animation in India, and it's just like back and forth in the mid-aughts at that time, communicating of how to animate things. It was always exciting. So like absolutely.
Like I had a bit more of a stock image at one point, but I wanted to have a more consistent character presentation when it comes to the art that I went with, and two, I wanted to lean more into a manga style, because I've gotten an enjoyment out of pissing off people that say that you can't do anything anime or video game related in tabletop, because that was a problem in the 2000s, and for some crowds it still is a problem. And I have a natural tendency to play up being the villain in some cases. So like I'm going to do this because I find this fun, and two, I get to prove that I was right about something I said 20 years ago, and three, it pisses these people off.
You should jump in our one shot. I think it's on the first. It's Dreadlore. You should totally jump in as a guy.
Yeah. If I wasn't booked for the first, I probably would.
Well, at some point, if you wanna jump in, you could be the bad guy all day.
Oh, yeah. That's gonna depend. It's just I'm always doing a lot of stuff, because I've been on a crusade for 9 years. It'll be 10 years this August. of trying to showcase what's out there. Because I would see these awesome indie games, whether it be or just indie projects in general, whether it be comics, whether it be film, whether it be music, whether it be video games, whether it be tabletop games, whether it be board games, on and on this kind of thing goes. And I didn't see enough people talking about it, but at the same time they'd lament about the state of the bigger names, and I'm like, you guys are a bunch of dogs sitting on nails and complaining that it hurts, but you won't fucking move. And I was like, if nobody's gonna do it, then I'm gonna do it myself. And through doing that, I've been able to meet a whole lot of people. That's how inadvertently I ended up working with Zan, and him and I have been friends / banes of each other's existence ever since. But that's always been the goal, to a point where I said, if I'm ever just running like vanilla 5e for Cloister of the Dice, or if I'm ever streaming Fortnite for a video game stream, shoot me, because I've clearly been replaced with a replicant. Because my whole thing has been since day one, showcasing what's out there. And
I have a Slick Rick Cosplay has asked you. Sorry to interrupt. Has asked to tell about the coffee incident.
Oh God!
What is the coffee incident, sir?
So, I am I'm a notorious prankster, a notorious practical joker. I've gotten the nickname the Prankster Prince, and I do want to specify that the person who I did this to had it coming.
It sounds like a true villain to me. They had it coming. It is.
Well, here's the thing. Now, for context, I can't have chocolate at all. It won't kill me. I'll just wish it did. So, knowing that, on a scale from 1 to dick, how much of a dick move is it to leave a chocolate cake on my desk on my birthday?
Did they know?
Yes, because I had told everybody about that for months. I was there for 2 years at that point. There's no way they could have not known, because I kept bringing it up every Halloween party, every holiday party, period.
Brett, what do you think about this? You've been in the corporate life before.
Oh, have I?
Yeah, you know, I know you have an opinion about this.
This doesn't even have to be corporate life. It's just the principle of the matter.
You just said desk and cake and birthday. I was like, oh, that sounds like The Office.
Oh, it was an office.
Was it corporate? Vindication. So what do you think, Brett? Is it yeah, what do you think?
I don't know. I actually don't have strong thoughts on any of it.
Is it a shitty thing to do?
It's a shitty thing to do. It's absolutely a shitty.
Dropping the cake on his desk?
Yeah.
I mean, based on his take that they knew, yeah.
Yeah. So it's a shitty thing. All right. So you're vindicated here.
Right.
What did you do?
So we had a coffee grinder in the back, and I knew when somebody used it because I could hear it.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't like a little thing that you might have in your kitchen. It was one of those big ass things that's the size of a
bun, like a BUNN. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And because I confronted him about it, and he had this attitude of, what are you going to do about it? I'm like, I could hit you, but you'll eventually get out of the hospital and you'll learn nothing. So so don't worry.
You are a villain, Mildra. I'm pretty sure you are a villain.
I'm not going to hit you, but your receipt will come. So fortunately, I knew where they kept the beans. And I knew where all the accessories for all the coffee was, because this office was full of coffee maniacs.
Yeah.
So I replaced the regular coffee with decaf.
Oh, it's unfortunate. Yeah.
It gets worse. I replaced the sugar with salt. I replaced the powdered creamer with flour.
Although if they're putting sugar in their coffee, they can go fuck
it's
themselves.
wrong. Yeah,
As for the powdered creamer,
nope, no powdered
pretty
creamer.
good.
That stuff
That's
is
pretty
like
good.
you might as well be putting asbestos in your coffee.
That's
And
true, but flour.
I replaced the liquid creamer with coconut milk.
It's
Yeah,
not
it's
bad.
okay.
What's
It's
wrong
good.
with that? It's good.
Coconut's fine.
It's okay
Although
if you're
yeah.
expecting it.
Right. If you're actually using real quote unquote coffee creamer and you get coconut milk, you're gonna be pissed.
And as soon after the day that I had set this up, because I had waited a few weeks before I actually went through with this plan, because when the evening that I finished, I was like, I'm heading home. I'm going to be on vacation for a few days. I'll see you guys in a week. The next day, while I'm waiting at the airport, I get a dozen texts going, Mildra, what the fuck did you do? Because everybody had found out by then that I had messed with the coffee.
Did you also put staples in their pizza?
No.
Yeah,
So
that would be like criminal.
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's pretty good.
And
It's pretty good.
I said April Fools, bitches. Turned off my phone and got on my flight. And I knew that they couldn't really do much because I was going to be in another state. You're gonna go that far to find one guy?
Get wrecked. Except for the one keto dude who's like, "Oh, this is awesome." Fucking
None of them
salt
were
and
keto.
Fucking coconut shit.
None of them were keto. If that was even brought up, that everybody would be like, no. But afterwards, a memo was put out that stated, I am banned from the coffee machine without supervision. And here's where the piece de resistance of this whole thing comes in. Sometime after this, somebody brought in 2 boxes of Krispy Kreme donuts.
Hell yeah.
Now, opinions on that, that's not relevant. Now,
I
I swear by all that is just and holy in this universe, I did not bring the donuts in. I come in, I see the boxes. They haven't been opened yet. I think nothing of it. I go to my desk and I do my job for the day. I'm wrapping up. I look to the snack table, as we call it. Those boxes are still there in the exact same spot they were when I came in. And upon closer inspection, the tape was still on them. They hadn't been opened all day. So I immediately turned to one of my coworkers. I'm like, "We had 2 boxes of Krispy Kreme and nobody dipped into that." He's like, "I'm not touching that shit. You probably swiped it with a veggie platter or something."
Oh, you own them. You owned them for like a long time.
And I
You've
start
haunted
laughing because I came to the realization they all thought I brought the donuts, or at least the boxes, and that it was a trap, and you'd open it up and there was a veggie platter or a salad or something, which,
So
to be fair, is something I would do because I've done it. I just didn't do it this time.
So basically, they're afraid of you.
Yes.
Good. You are likely, in my humble opinion, lawful evil. Okay, so Brett, let's talk about Archangel.
What kind of DJ was Archangel, by the way? What's the music? Like, I've been wanting to ask that for like 3 hours now.
Well, I would imagine the character is probably a little unrestricted, but as far as it pertains to the real person, it would be largely deep house, disco, that kind of stuff. And I mean disco in the broad sense, not the restricted specifically to the 70s sense. Because as if you ask any of the greats today, they will even tell you, basically disco is short for discotheque, meaning it was club music.
Yeah.
Did you see what you just did to Ken? Did you see that?
What?
I went.
You made
disco.
him dance.
I went disco.
Made him dance.
Yeah, no,
Nice.
I was big in. I like that stuff. I like disco. I love disco. I mean, my mom, she worked at a disco bar when I was a kid, like little baby, like real disco, like.
Oh yeah. I mean that's the thing is, unless you're trying to specifically pin it on, an era when that was kind of a really prominent form, most people who are still attached to this kind of music would absolutely say, "Oh, it's very broad at this point." Now we're generally including house music and all that kind of stuff. They're the same. There really isn't. It's just an evolution of time, right? The kinds of instruments, a lot of the popular sounds, those have evolved over time, but it's the same music.
Discotheque. I dated this French lady back in the day.
They love their disco.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Yeah, me too." And she was
It's
like,
the compression. The reason that it's good is the compression they use. It's on the drum and the kick, and the way it's really well done.
Just to throw this out there, the Palace of Versailles, like, actually occasionally has a disco party in their gardens, in the Hall of Mirrors and stuff.
Wow.
So straight up, you can go enjoy a disco party in Paris if you just
in the fucking palace.
Yeah,
So
painted in white face.
She mentioned, she was like, "Oh yeah, we'd go to La Discothèque," and I was like, "What is that?" And she said it was just a big dance where everybody was together and just dancing, like all in a big pile.
Yeah,
in a lot of ways, it's no different from
meaning.
raves.
Yeah.
It's just there was a little bit. There was no alcohol, so you didn't have the age problem.
Sure.
That was the biggest difference.
When I was a kid, like the bars would close at 2, but it would keep going, and they would just play house music or disco house or deep house. Certainly past 2, from 2 to like 4:30. I think the clubs would go to does not exist anymore. That is over.
Really,
or at least in smaller towns, in LA maybe.
Really quick, Mildra, did you ever go to discotheques or any of that stuff?
I'm not really a club person.
Yeah, this is an interesting subculture, and the reason I bring it up, Brett, is can you describe a little bit of it to give us context for Archangel? Because I feel like that's kind of deep in that character.
Yes, although in order to maintain his flexibility as a meta character, I've allowed a lot of that to be potentially superfluous in some of his appearances, and sometimes it's a little bit more. I mean, it is tied into sort of his nature, his drive, as far as like, why is he doing this? What is his sort of overarching mission kind of deal? What is he bringing to the table? Is he just a kook,
Right.
So the music is absolutely quintessential to him, but a lot of the times he'll appear places and it feels more like window dressing, like,
for example, on the Into Space campaign, which he might appear in on the first.
Getting back to Dreadlore here.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So I don't know how any kind of DJ persona would come into that, unless it's supposed to be like, oh yeah, he's on tour. But even that, most of the time, that's going to be the kind of thing where
he's pulling out the earplugs and you just hear it for a second.
He clearly, if that kind of thing comes up in most universes, he clearly just thinks that that's some kind of sort of cover he needs. Like, for example, if he needs to be at a specific location at a certain time, or if he needs to have sort of, backstage access, or explain away eccentric behaviors, some of those kinds of things he'll just invoke I'm a performer persona. That's, like I said, I've given him sort of the ability to be extremely flexible about how important that is when described in various universes.
And he's been in several.
Right. And that's the point, is because he needs to have enough continuity so that he's recognizable. This is definitely the same guy that I saw in that game, or I saw in that movie, or I saw in that He-Man PSA. Yeah, he's been in one of those.
Yeah, and there are a few, like, I mean, I keep thinking Blade, the techno scene in that film is that New Order song, and like in that world, but you put it in space or whatever, like that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and that's the thing is, absolutely. There's so for anyone who obviously might not be familiar with who the Archangel meta character is, the idea is he's being assembled across worlds of various I guess, creativity. So he could be in various, like he could be in a board game, he could be in a video game, and he does. He appears in all these different media and all these different creative projects. And part of it is he doesn't exist as his own project anywhere. He doesn't like have his own comic book. He doesn't have any of those things. He only exists as a gradually building character with all these pieces that exist in other universes. So each time
he's an aggregate.
Right. That's why I refer to him as a meta character, because he doesn't exist within by himself. He only exists as long as other things continue to give him places to exist. But with each collaboration that he appears in, I always speak with the artist and I say he's never intended to be parasitic. He's never intended to take away your vision. So the point is, if you feel that he's a bad fit, of course, we could just say, okay, well, that's okay. No big deal. He doesn't appear in your thing. Or you can always back him off to sort of like, oh, he's just sort of a crowd appearance or something, which makes perfect sense. He does reconnaissance all the time. There's no reason that wouldn't happen. But it does mean he's probably not going to develop his story much in that particular universe. And I always tell the artist that I'm working with, I say, that's okay. I mean, he's not meant to be forced to fit, but keep in mind, people who are tracking his story by checking all the different lore, if they're not going to learn much from your universe, you're probably not going to be really included in sort of the search as people try to gather his pieces.
Right.
So it's there's no hard feelings, but that is just kind of a reality of it. People are going to skip the things where they don't learn anything about him. I guess a hardcore completionist might go, I just need to see that one page with a picture of him in a crowd, but I don't imagine a lot of that. What I had been mentioning, so Dreadlore, of course, has a pretty good chunk of what I refer to as his archive points, when he really a bunch of his lore gets kind of put out there. And
which is really cool. Like he really exemplifies in the book. He really exemplifies Theurgy. I want to do a really quick plug fast. Mildra, do you have a copy of the digital version of Dreadlore? If you don't, it is free on TTRPG. And so I'd like to give you one for sure, so that you can kind of see all of what we're talking about.
I think the only version that I have was the GSG.
It was probably it was the Getting Started Guide. So I've made the core book as a digital free on drive-thru. And I can put a link up. Anyway, you can see some of the art that actually Brett lent me for Archangel and all that stuff. Yeah. He's a pretty quintessential character. It's an interesting character because, well, I'll let you talk about it actually, Brett, because you can talk about other histories and how he's moved through all these interdimensional spaces.
Sure. So what I had mentioned before about how music actually is part of it. I allow it to be window dressing when it makes him fit better in a universe. But ultimately, the story is supposed to be that he could always sort of hear something in the music, something besides the music that was there, and he didn't understand it, but he spent all his days just kind of living in headphones, just listening. What is this extra part I'm listening to? Then there's because this is sort of the vision that I've had, but he hasn't had as many opportunities to really just flesh this out, so it is a little blurry. You have to have the archive point to tell the story, so some things lose some of their details because they're not fully existing in a universe yet. But so this with its thin details is he had sort of a Green Lantern-ish moment. So he was visited by someone who explained, here's what's going on with you.
Now, who is that person? Have we decided who it is?
No, nobody has claimed that role. And of course,
this is gonna be something we do.
And of course, it's also the opportunity for someone to change a little bit of how that goes. That's sort of the framework. But obviously, somebody can say, actually, this is kind of what do you say about this? Because, like I said, he's intended to be a collaborative character. I try to maintain a little bit of rigidity so that he's always the same guy.
Sure.
But other than that, he has fluidity. And so the idea is once he discovered that he's actually hearing within the music the vibrations of the universe, and sort of it's like disruptions in the harmony is what he's hearing, and it's because he's interdimensional, thus that he gets all the access to the different universes that are in different time spaces and so on and so on. It is sort of a multiverse ripple, and he goes and tracks it down and tries to sort of set things right. So a little bit of the quantum leap kind of, sort of sense. I've got to go there and sort of fix things. And it gives him a lot of flexibility for why he's there, why he's clearly an outsider, generally places him on he's generally meaning to be a good guy, but maybe at odds with whatever's going on locally. So again, it gives him a lot of flexibility to play a part without taking over.
Now, did you ever, I'm going to jump to something else. Did you ever see the 2022 version of Quantum Leap?
No.
I did not see it, and I didn't understand why.
Is
it still Scott Bakula?
No.
Uh-oh.
I think it's the guy from Community. I could be wrong. I'd have to double check.
You mean Joel McHale?
No. He might have been in Star Trek. What is his name? I'd have to look it up.
Chevy Chase?
Nope. It was not Chevy Chase.
So in the Dreadlore example of gameplay, because gameplay in Dreadlore is totally different. We'll get off from that. But the point is, Archangel is one of the characters that you see, and it's really a beautiful character, because especially for the Dreadlore universe, because you can have multiple settings in Dreadlore, and Archangel kind of just popping in, and people, they look over, and correct me where I'm wrong, Brett, they look over and they're like, oh, they notice him, but he's not out of place, but they still notice him.
Right.
Like, they're like, there's something about this guy, but okay, he's cool. It's like this weird, and if they were to dig into it and be like, hey, who are you? He'd be like, oh.
Right.
You're asking. Well, I guess, should I tell you?
And that's pretty much, again, it allows him to have the interplay at a level that flows the story. And since Dreadlore has lots of different vignettes, lots of different opportunities for settings and stuff, a character that sort of is almost comfortable being out of place works well with that kind of chaotic setting.
Like, he knows where to flow. I really dig the idea of his, when you described his wings. Yeah. Like, at first I was like, what do you mean? And then as we talked about it, I was like, that's really neat. And then how it sort of like plays into the universe. Will you describe some of that?
Oh yeah. So his iconic wings, I've generally tried to explain to people they're not wings in the sense that they flap or any of that. They're actually almost more like antennas. The whole point to them is they displace the sort of the air in order to hold him in position. So it's obviously super science, all that kind of stuff. But that's the thing, is as he moves around to all the different universes, like a honeybee, he brings with him things that he gained from his experience in other universes, which could be arcane tech, weird, inexplicable things like this made total sense in that universe. It doesn't make tons of sense in this universe, but he still has it. And that's kind of some of the fun of it. So he's got this weird item that he got from wherever. So someone might say, well, I don't understand it. How does that even work? Well, you might want to go look it up. The other universe will explain how that thing works and why he has it.
It's a very meta thing that you're doing, which is really cool, because it on the level, as in like within the game universe, it makes sense. It's like, who is Drizzt, right? Like if you dig into those books, who Drizzt is, and they can even reference that character in like the D&D movie, right? Although I don't know if they literally do. Mildra, do they actually reference Drizzt in the D&D movie?
Which one?
Oh,
The new
good
one, I'm
point.
sure.
Good point. Yeah, the new one. Or any
No.
of them.
No, and you
And
know,
they should. They should.
I'm not.
Shouldn't they?
I'm not saying that the. I
Because
talked about
he's
that-
awesome. Go
Here-
on. Sorry.
But I'm putting aside the fact that apparently Salvatore hates the character these days, but I've stated that doing a straight up D&D movie was always going to be doomed. Largely because the big appeal is this interactive version of fantasy tropes. But when you take away the interactive part, all you just have is a poor man's version of fantasy tropes seen in other fantasy movies. Now, here's the other half of that. While I think a D&D movie would be doomed to fail, I think you would have better legs with, say, a Dragonlance movie or a Forgotten Realms movie. Yes, I'm aware of the Dragonlance cartoon. I'm moving that way off to the side there.
I was a visual effects artist on that cartoon, so thank you.
I've seen that cartoon, and truth be told, it's
The one
it's
with Kiefer Sutherland.
Yeah, keep
Yeah,
it Southern
it's-
Lucy Lawless.
the way I described that cartoon was it was in a no man's land.
Yeah, just like
Because-
season 4 of Battlestar Galactica. Just saying.
It was too. The art style was very Saturday morning cartoon, but the subject matter
Sure.
and the storytelling wasn't, and they don't mesh. It's like oil
Yeah.
and water.
And the mixing of 3D and 2D animation was
I understand
bad
that
call.
was a thing that everybody was jumping on in the early 2000s. The early 2000s, just from my own perspective, and I'm only going to mention this briefly, was a very transitional period in animation. Now everybody was starting to shift into digital tools, and not everybody was able to quite figure it out. So
Yeah, but the experience is that, you know, if you're looking for a film that was thrown under the bus, it was that Dragonlance movie where people were thrown under the bus. I mean, I'm an okay visual effects artist. I'm not a great one, but we weren't given time, and that was rushed through because it was at the transition between standard def and high def, and so it was made in standard def, and they were like, they didn't. It was doomed from the start. You know, they just didn't.
But putting that aside, the key thing is that I think you would have more legs with doing one of two things. Either A, instead of building it around D&D per se, build it around one of the D&D settings, because I guarantee you people would fucking flock to a Ravenloft movie.
Dude, Ravenloft.
Or a Ravenloft movie, a Dark Sun movie, an Aquadim movie. You get the point.
But here's the thing. Go on.
The other potential route that you could take is to take the approach that The Princess Bride took, or more relevant, the Gamers Darkness Rising, where what you're seeing is kind of that dramatic telling of a campaign, the way Darkness Rising was, and I've told people that movie is the true D&D movie. Because instead of trying to play the in-universe stuff straight, it is playing with the understanding that you are seeing a dramatization of a story. That's also why I bring up the framing device of the Princess Bride movie. You know, the whole story that's being told is one that the grandpa is telling to the kid. Those are ways that you could do it, but just playing it straight was always going to be doomed. And when I saw that you had asked about all-star characters for me.
Yeah.
And as I do have a couple mascot characters that I use because when I started to that I've been using as recurring characters for years in different games. But they've always been more of ideas that I interpret into different settings, because I wanted a recurring one that I could kind of use the way Eddie is on every cover of every Iron Maiden album and that kind of thing.
Right.
But in general, I don't really do that kind of approach because I like to shoot for as big of a variety as I can and not fall into habits.
Are you more of a player or a GM?
I do end up GMing more often, but that's simply because of the fact that I have the leader habit, but I have the leader thing by habit.
Yeah, you took that as a level 3 feat. I understand. What I'm trying
But
to
on the YouTube, I believe it says professional GM, unprofessional gamer.
That was a gag.
Is that a gag? I was kind of wondering where that came from. I only presume.
It's
go on.
A lot of the style that I go with how I present myself as an entertainer, I largely took from local morning radio, especially guys like Dark Star, Paul Allen, Jeff Dubay, and Tom Bernard, especially
Bill
Tom
Allen on Twitter will be a guest on here very, very soon. Not the same person, but it reminds me of it. Continue.
And of course, the other end was
I part of the reason I got into media is Scott Shannon from New York City, and doing a lot of the goofy morning insanity, which I'm sure nobody would get that reference, but
I've never been in New York, and I've had a few people ask if I was ever influenced by Howard Stern. I never really got into him. Like I'd occasionally see when it was on E really late at night and I was channel surfing, but that's as far as I went. I didn't really draw anything from him. But the other half was stand up. Especially the more, for lack of a better term, asshole comedians. Yeah. Your Louis C.K.'s, your Don Rickles, your Dennis Leary's, that kind of thing. I had the asshole song memorized. And because of the fact that I'm taller than most of my colleagues, except for Xanatrix, him and I are the same height. I would always get typecast as the villain when I was in plays. So instead of trying to fight against it, I decided to just play it up, and I started taking notes from wrestling heels. As well, and just integrating all of that.
Right.
And the best characters are always the villains. I mean, that's
the heel's awesome. All right, really quick. I know that DJ Archangel, Archangel. Is it Arch or Arc?
Arc.
I know that you got a role. Dude, closing thoughts.
Closing thoughts on all on all that content.
On all that.
Well, I think pretty much I'll just say that I think a lot of people are experiencing gaming in a lot of different ways, and we're sort of joining our universes, with our different interests, from different hobbies, different reasons we got into whatever we got into. And I think that's part of what means why gaming is starting to become a more serious thing. It's coming up out of the basement, and I'm glad to see it. So, I'm proud of all my gaming brothers and sisters, and how we're kind of becoming, a real part of the hobby community. So,
well, we're gonna have you back on here because we have so much more to talk about, as is evidenced by this conversation that has gone. I'm gonna go full Kentucky. That has went.
That did.
Oh God, it hurts.
Anyway,
went over.
It done went over all over the place.
Did.
Yeah, we had Andrea pop in. We had Holker just out of nowhere pop in. But I wanted to wrap it up, at least with you, Archangel. Mildra, Ken, if we have more to say, we can continue rocking and rolling. But I wanted to give Archangel a good bow out at this point because I know the time is coming on.
Well, I look forward to playing with Archangel.
Yeah.
And I really hope that his beautiful character never runs into my character.
Your beautiful character is going to run into Dolby, Lieutenant
Oh,
Dolby.
God.
Archangel is going to be in that shit. You basically can't kill him anyway.
Yeah, now it seems like it's just a futile and stupid gesture.
Oh, it's going to be interesting. But you can make him. You can change his attitude, which may be even worse for the universe. Yeah, yeah. See,
Make him all jaded and stuff.
I'm picking up what you're laying down. I know what's up. Yeah, Brett, we need to figure out a time that you're actually going to play because one, you fucking paid for it. So I didn't say this earlier. I mentioned a little bit. Brett is one of the major Kickstarter backers for Dreadlore and creating this goddamn thing to happen. I just sent the PDF to Mildra and his reply was, I'm glad it has bookmarks. Dude, that PDF is likely the reason that my girlfriend and I broke up back in the day. For real, yeah. So Brett threw down, super supported me in this thing. Ken has been super supportive, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, we need to get you on a game for sure. I mean, even if it's a setting that I think Into Space would work, it's just Archangel could be on lots of different things. Long and short of it, let's find a date and we're gonna do it. Maybe the first. Can you do the first or no?
I'm
Is it the
booked
first?
for the first.
Okay, Mildra, you're booked for the first.
Very possibly.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I just know we're doing a one shot. I know we're
Yeah.
doing a one shot then.
I'm a bit of a moving target. I apologize for that, but I will try.
It's fine. All right, well, just let me know. We'll throw down. Mildra, pretty much I demand that you play on one of the Mondays that we do. And when you can, we will throw down and rock and roll one of your characters. Okay. Are Ken, Mildra, do you want to continue chit-chatting? Do we need to end here? What is your guys' what's your vote? Do it.
I'm fine with going as long as everyone else is fine with going because I have energy for dates.
Yeah, we're killing it. Apparently,
All
we're
right.
killing it.
So what we're gonna do?
I kissed my girlfriend goodnight, and so she's long since gone to bed. So I mean,
All right. So what we're
do you
gonna do?
want?
We're gonna send off Archangel. Well, we're gonna take a 5-minute break so I can get a sandwich, and then we're gonna continue this conversation. Cool.
Sounds awesome.
All
Nice
right,
meeting you, Mildra.
Brett.
Good.
Thank
good
you
seeing
so much,
again,
man.
Ken.
Thank you so
Cool
much for
meeting
hanging
you,
out
Brett.
with us.
All right. Good night, everybody.
All right, later, man. All right, let's do a 5-minute, and then I say we can go as long as we want.
And we are back. We are talking to, and it looks like all of my preferences have changed suddenly, which I don't understand why that happened, with Mildra, famed podcaster for years and years and years. Mildra, what got you into podcasting? Where it seems like you go into depth with a lot of topics. Where does this where did it start, and why did you start getting into this stuff?
Well, the funny thing is, the podcasting thing kind of happened by accident. There were some for the longest time. I figured I was just going to be doing straight up reviews of TTRPGs and maybe live streams of certain video games. And I thought that's my role. I'm sticking to that. Then there were some contentious incidents that happened across the internet. I'm not going to go into detail on that. That's a whole other can of worms.
I came in at the right time.
Yeah, and I ended up being on other people's live streams with debates regarding certain things, and that brought up the courage where I was like, maybe I can do this whole live stream thing, this podcast thing. I didn't really have a plan. I didn't have anybody I was trying to emulate as far as podcasting. It was just I had an idea. I'm gonna see how far this idea goes, and just do it and see what's the worst that could happen. And originally, what would become what I have now was a weekly Let's Laugh at Dumb News series called Monastery Live, which produced some of the running gags that we have, like the Unholy Quartet, or Send Them to the Clown Car, or the many Florida Man stories. Although those kind of dumb stories were not limited to Florida. It's just because of the sunshine laws I got a lot of them. Occasionally having the gag whenever we felt that somebody was a repeat offender enough that we didn't want to talk about them anymore. We had the rule of first send them to the clown car and then send them to Detroit. A reference to the Take Him to Detroit scene from Kentucky Fried Movie, where he's like, no, anything but Detroit, no.
Yep.
So the campaign we're doing is literally set in Detroit. That's awesome. Send her to the clown car, then go to Detroit.
When the Unholy Quartet was us laughing and poking fun at some of the bigger names when it came to video game studios, because around the time that I started doing it, Fallout 76 came out, and every single week for weeks on end, something new would fuck up. And I had offhandedly said, they keep fucking up like this, we need to give them their own theme song. And then one of my listeners had sent me a graphic that was a Photoshop version of the logo for The Bold and the Beautiful, and it was The Bold and the Bethesda.
What is a Bethesda?
Bethesda's the studio behind that is currently stewarding games like Fallout and The Elder Scrolls. And with Fallout 76, which was this semi-online affair, I don't want to get into the details, but there was something new that was wrong, or some new thing in either the promotion or the game itself that they screwed up and caused a bit of a stir about. And I was like, can you not fuck up for 5 minutes, please? Because I was like, I want to talk about something else, but you keep fucking up, so I have to keep talking about you. And when COVID hit, so many of the dumb stories were somehow related to COVID, and I was starting to feel like it was getting repetitive. So instead of forcing that, especially since a lot of people were hyper focused on partisan politics, and I was like, I don't do that. And I'm like, okay, I'm not canceling the Sunday podcast, but what I am doing is rebooting it into a topic-based podcast called Geek Watch, which I've been doing ever since. we're on a bit of a holiday break because some of the people are going to be out of town for the holidays. But starting first week next month, we're bringing it back. Sometimes we do world building. Sometimes we do game design workshopping, just going with an idea and seeing where it goes. Sometimes we pick on a certain director or writer or something like that. We did a whole episode roasting J.J. Abrams, and I called him the California Roll.
Good.
The reason I call him the California Roll is, in my personal opinion, the California Roll is the Babby's first sushi. You know, the most the most
You avoid
basic
the California
sushi.
roll.
Yeah, it is the most basic bitch version of sushi.
Yeah, is it sushi even? I mean, seriously.
No, it's not.
In the only in the way that, technically speaking, McDonald's is food.
Yeah. Technically, I haven't eaten at McDonald's for 20 years, so I totally technically agree with you.
Or technically speaking, White Castle is a burger, or technically speaking, Gary Coleman is a taller version of Webster.
Yeah.
You're technically correct, but you're kind of misleading.
And there's a White Castle that I've not eaten at, just about 2 blocks away from me, and that place stays full. Doesn't matter what time.
Yeah.
It could be 10 o'clock in the morning. That place is full. I don't get it, but they're in it. There are people in
cheap,
there
dude.
eating
It's cheap.
that stuff.
But
Eating it.
Look, I've had some bad experiences with White Castle. That's why they're my whipping boy. But
So
that's
does
a whole
everyone.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody's got.
It's been
that
30
White Castle
years since
story.
I've had White Castle, and it just doesn't.
But getting back to it, the other thing that we occasionally do is reconstructions, and the idea with that is taking what we consider missed opportunities with a given story, film, game, what have you, tweak a few things here and there, and then just see where the snowball rolls down the hill, as it were.
Oh, that's interesting.
As I was doing the Monastery Live thing, we had a segment where we would highlight various Kickstarters. And I was going through, I think it was the Kickstarter for Carbine Jungle by NorCal Mythos, who is a massive meme lord. And because of some of the craziness I was seeing within it, I was like, I got to find a way to get him on the show. I put that in thinking that there's no way he'd notice. Apparently he did, and he was like, "Yeah, I'd be fine to come on." Then I did that. I did the interview. I had a lot of fun talking with him. And then I was like, you know what? Maybe I can do this whole interview thing more. So I would occasionally go through Kickstarter or go through my usual feeds and see if there was any Kickstarter that I found interesting, or thought they had an idea or a story that was worth exploring. And then I'd reach out, much like the way I reached out to you, and say, this is who I am, this is what I do. I'd like to have you on for an interview. And RSVP.
Let me dot really quick. What actually interested you about Dreadlore?
I can't remember. I think
it's been a couple years, but
yeah, so it's going to be tricky for me to remember what exactly grabbed me. I think it was the fact that there wasn't a whole lot of detail. I felt that there was the potential for something, and I was getting it in my head that it was leaning into a bit of fantasy punk, though I didn't know that was the term you were going to be using when I had that assessment, just based on what I was seeing in the writing and the like.
That's awesome. That's great, because what I said fantasy punk, and a lot of people were like, "What does that mean?" And I was like, I don't know if I know what it means, but it seems to fit.
I have an idea, and that is taking the taking the kind of DIY attitudes that are pervasive within the punk culture and applying it to a fantasy setting. You have a similar thing when it comes to cyberpunk. You have a similar thing when it comes to steampunk. My buddy and I, Zan, got in a bit of trouble when it came to a experiment we did with cyberpunk with one of our episodes of the podcast, because I wanted to explore the idea of, do you need to have a dystopia in order to do a cyberpunk story?
Good question.
And the whole thing was I did not see enough. I did not see enough evidence beyond a reasonable doubt to say that you did, because I was thinking, is that really the case, or is that what people have told themselves? Because so much of cyberpunk was born out of the cultural scene in the 1980s, like the corporate dystopia. I look at that as a response to the corporate raider problem that was just endemic throughout the 1980s. Like the character, that's where you get, say, Gordon Gekko in Wall Street. He was inspired by Carl Icahn, who was one of the most infamous corporate raiders, to the point where he had his own category. If you look him up on Google image search, if you look up corporate raiders on Google image search, there's a subcategory just dedicated to Carl Icahn.
Wow.
And but the thing is, it's eventually I just started expanding and starting experimenting more with different topics, different styles of podcasts, and just seeing how far I could take this idea. And as I kept especially when I would get people who thanked me for reaching out, because it's so hard for people to actually get their names out when.
Yeah,
and
it really
I
is.
had mentioned before, the whole reason I started my channel 9 years ago was out of a frustration that I was seeing all these awesome projects that nobody was talking about. And some people are like, well, we're not going to talk about that. There's not enough interest in them. I'm like, fuck you. I'm going to make interest in them. If I have to fight against the wall to do it, I'm going to fight against the wall until my hands break. Because
that's a thing. I mean, like, what? Just to pick your brain. Why is there a problem there? Like, why is it difficult to, hey, I made a game, get it out, people will try it? Because I have personally felt a lot of resistance. Granted, I haven't gone to all the different outlets, but I'll go to a place and the main question has been, there is a D&D 5, now I guess D&D 1's coming out.
Yeah, and that's it.
Why?
That thing's going to have a lot of backlash when it comes.
Yes, it is. But at the time, it was, hey, there's D&D 5. Why would you even do this? And that question to me was like, it was an amazing question to even ask. Like, when it was first asked to me, it was by the GM Gumshoe guy. I forget his name.
Davenport. I've never been able to. I've had some back and forth with him, and him and I tend to coincidentally cover the same subjects, but it's not like I'm that level of buddy with him.
It's very different mediums that you guys are doing. He's more of a text-based. You're doing more of a podcast. At least that's because I've been on both shows, and that's what it seemed like to me.
He does.
He also didn't remember that I'd gone on once before, and I did it twice, and I was like,
well, both of us have covered a lot. I keep all my interviews in a playlist. That thing is going to hit 800 by the end of next month.
Sure. But yeah, he was fine, and it was an interesting conversation. But one of the questions that it wasn't actually him that posed it; it was one of his people. They were rather abrasive, and they were, which is good, but they were like, "Why'd you make this game?" As in like almost like a guilty till you're proven innocent type thing. Ken, what are you laughing at?
I have an answer in mind for that.
I was gonna say, have you ever met a gamer before? I mean, like,
I'm on a soapbox, okay?
having made content for decades now, if I don't get reamed by somebody, I've not done anything at all. And so I think that's the point. Is like, if somebody doesn't hate you, you're not doing anything.
I've well, there's a reason why I will antagonize certain folk just so I can watch them make mistakes and then laugh at them. Because as Napoleon supposedly said, never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. But the thing is, I've seen that particular question quite a bit, and in the past, one of the things I had in my bio was tabletop punk.
Mm.
Because and not in the mohawks and leather jackets, even though I do have a leather jacket. In fact, I got 3 of them.
Nice.
But more in that DIY self-expression kind of ethos. I think is very key, and especially when you learn how even D&D got made, how the chain of events that led to things like Blackmoor and then Chainmail, and how that was a successor to a lot of people just messing around and experimenting with the wargaming scene back in the 1970s.
Mm.
And understanding that, you kind of have a pattern where people get in through some means, become fans, want to do their own spin on it, and the cycle repeats. An early example would be Arms Law. Arms Law started out as just a bunch of house rules for AD&D. And it would eventually develop into Rollmaster, like Arms Law, and then a couple other law books, and they'd be combined into Rollmaster. And then later on, they would get the Middle Earth license, and that's how we get MERP, Middle Earth Role Playing. And now that kind of thing has gone full circle with Against the Dark Master, which is kind of a streamlined MERP, but obviously without the Tolkien license and leaning a little bit into power metal, because Max Cacristi, the lead developer, is a big Blind Guardian fan. But as far as that particular question, if the answer that I have, and I've really begun to realize this as I've delved more and more into the tabletop scene outside of the U.S. and Canada.
The question being, why even make a system if there's a D&D 5?
Yeah. The answer is, for whatever reason, D&D in whatever edition that it's being used isn't satisfactory to the person making that particular game. A lot of art is a response to other art. Let's consider the expressionist movement when it came to painting.
Okay.
A lot of that was a response to the emphasis on realism that came a generation before that, and people wanted to go more abstract. A lot of the guttural, growling type of vocals that you hear in a lot of death metal, like for instance, Death, was a response to the cleaner vocals of the time. And tabletop games are no different in this sense. Even if it's a different form of art, it is still a form of art, and there's going to be people who don't want to do just that and want to do something different. And even the early TSR crowd, like D&D wasn't the only thing that they did. And there was experiments with other genres. That's how you get stuff like Metamorphosis Alpha or Boot Hill or Star Frontiers or Gamma World. And this idea of, we don't need this other thing. We've got D&D. Well, that's not going to be satisfactory to a lot of people. And what I really began to realize, especially as I started delving more and more into the tabletop scene in Japan, and how much of a different beast that is. Because the whole D&D question, that was brought up when the Goblin Slayer TRPG was released in English. And people were like, why didn't they use D&D for this? Well, D&D isn't that popular in Japan. It doesn't have nearly that same foothold that D&D does. And more importantly, the issue that I've tried to combat, and the issue that is tied into that, why make this instead of just use D&D, is in 3 words: culture of conformity. This idea of you have to use, because D&D is the big name, you have to use it, and you use it because it's the big name, that circular attitude. And at the same time, the people who extol that will end up lamenting that they feel like they're burned out, or that there's not enough variety. They feel like they're playing the same characters, the same campaigns, and so on. But because it's the popular thing, they feel that they have to continue sticking in that. You've probably heard the analogy of crabs in a bucket.
I have not.
You know, they stay in the bucket because anytime a crab tries to get out of the bucket, the other crabs pull them back in.
I see.
And that's kind of that cultural problem that's been prevalent within the tabletop gaming scene for a long time. There were cracks in it in the 90s after TSR managed to piss off everybody because of all the irresponsibility and just all the stuff that Lorraine Williams had gotten up to when she was running things. She was called the Lady of Pain by some people. She is not well liked.
I like the Lady of Pain though. She's quite literally my favorite character in the Planescape, at least.
Yeah, but there were really, really dumb decisions that she had done, and there's plenty of people who've covered that in detail.
That and Hagen Mud Mover, just to do a little plug. Go on.
Yeah, but this idea of D&D being synonymous with the entire tabletop I won't say genre, medium, is something that feeds that culture of conformity. And whenever people do that, because I have seen that whole thing of, well, why not just play D&D?
It's a common question. Like, I'm seriously
and the
all
answer,
over the place.
The answer that I've often used of why not do that is simply what D&D is do. There is a certain thing that I want to foster, a certain thing that I want to help encourage, and just doing D&D is not going to be satisfactory to that. You know how people always say, "Be the change you wish to see." If it was really that simple of just play D&D or a modded version of it, then all the other games that are currently out there would not need to exist. If it's and I'd often say to people, well, if you're really going to say we'll just play D&D, then how come in say wrestling you don't have people going, well, just watch WWE and that's all you need. Clearly that style of product is not working for some people, and they're going to go other places. The gameplay sandbox that D&D has does not work for some people for whatever reason that it doesn't. And either they're going to find something else, or because of the fact that homebrewing and customization is so ingrained in the culture, they're going to make something else. Regardless of whatever heartbreaker term that people are going to use, this kind of making their own thing is going to be inevitable no matter what. And I want to foster that along as best as I can.
So there's this idea, and it gets into an entirely different discussion, or I should say a deep discussion, OSR type stuff, which seems to be a lot of the content that's on YouTube and TTRPGs right now. Like Professor Dungeon Master and all that stuff.
I have my own concerns about OSR as a quote unquote movement. I feel like if it doesn't adjust, it's going to be swallowing its own tail. And it's largely because a lot of the OSR crowd has and not all of them, but a lot of them have fixated on this idea of dividing the community into old school and new school, and all that creates is complacency. And because of that, I fear that if that doesn't change, you're going to have the OSR basically swallowing its own tail, like an Ouroboros.
So it's interesting. I would like to get someone who's an OSR person on here and have a good discussion. The reason I bring it up is because it's something we touched on earlier, when with Brett Archangel on here, and board games. Like, what's the goal?
Mhm.
There are terms that are thrown around, and Ken, I'm gonna try not to jump on a soapbox.
Too late.
Yeah, there's
luck.
you have no idea. There's terms that are thrown around.
Mhm.
One being things like story or fiction
Mhm.
or cooperative story. People narrative, that's one. And it like gives me like system shocks from the days that I was in the church. Like just regurgitated terms that people throw around that they don't either one know what they mean, or two, it's just filler words. So
If I'm being honest, it's probably both. And again, that goes back to that culture of conformity.
so there's a question like, why create another game? Well, if you want to do an OSR game, a style which is what they're kind of going after, old school, call it AD&D and prior games. That's a very specific style of game. It has nothing to do with the story.
Mhm.
Now, of course, we have to define story here, and what I'm trying to say is, yes, it is role playing because you're taking on the role. Similar to when I play Monopoly, I want to be the shoe, and Ken gets to play the cannon. We are technically role playing.
We might fight over that shoe. I do like the shoe. It's aerodynamic,
The
so it
shoe's
goes
cool.
faster.
The shoe's cool.
Yeah, the shoe's cool.
My point is, yeah, it's role playing. Okay, go fuck yourself. Like, that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's a different thing. I'm taking on the role in AD&D of the barbarian, which
Mhm.
is outlined in the game, and that's the game is it has a very clear idea of what you're doing. Now you move on to third edition, it's completely different. And you go beyond that and into fifth, which I know people sing fifth edition's praises till the cows come home.
I
And
don't.
I ran a game for 2 years in it and live streamed it. System fucking
Yeah, you did.
sucks. It's fucking awful. I hate it. And the reason that I dislike it greatly is because it's like if you're trying to, this is a terrible metaphor. It's like if you're trying to like do a job, like you've got to screw something in, and someone gives you the most difficult thing to use to screw the thing. Imagine trying to open a bottle of wine and you don't have a wine key. Someone's
can
like,
do that
no, this is
too.
how we do it. And it's like a drill with the thing. And there's this
Oh,
whole
yeah.
like thing they go through. And it is sacrosanct to them. And I'm like, guys, the problem that I have is the system that they are using is incredibly chunky. It's incredibly mathematical. You don't learn that system from reading the book. Nobody fucking learns D&D 5th edition from reading the book. Go to hell. What you do is you find some motherfucker who knows how to play and they teach you how to play and you reference the fucking books. Read the DMG if you can stand it.
There's
It's not
a
linear.
concept. There's a
It's
concept
not
that I've
linear at all.
there's a concept that I've talked about called handbraking, which is the opposite of hand holding in game design. And it's where the thing is, somebody can learn the basics by reading the player's handbook. But what the player's handbook does a very piss poor job of doing, and I get the feeling this is where you're going into, is teaching how the disparate parts mesh into that combined whole. Like,
yeah, and you would
nothing
assume the DMG does it, and it doesn't.
Well,
I've had DMG apologists, and I'm like, really, guys? You literally read this, and we're like, yeah, no, this is great. This is good stuff.
If I'm being honest, with a lot of GM chapters and a lot of books, I skimmed through it because so much of it is just an advice column.
Yeah.
So there's not a whole lot that it's really adding. And when it came to the 5e DM's guide, there was one infamous spot that I have used as my whipping boy for years now. And that was when they claimed that you could make a samurai character by reskinning a paladin. And I'm like, no, go back, do it again. That and trying to talk about wuxia and Japanese fantasy in the same paragraph as if they're in the same ballpark, and they are.
It's because you have multiple writers. They're just trying to push out content because they need a D&D. They need a DMG. This is what I'm trying to say. Go on.
I would say now to go into that whole meshing thing. The big issue is, let's use the barbarian example that you mentioned. So you have an understanding of what your starting kit is going to be, but let's say you're starting at third level, so you get your first subclass. It only tells you what the subclass is going to be able to do at those level intervals, but not necessarily what would be a good fit for the theme of your character. What sort of feats would you want to take? What sort of ability scores would you want to focus on? What sort of weapons would you want to focus on for certain themes? What is going to be a better or worse fit for the theme of the character you're trying to make? It just expects you to figure that out, and obviously, not all classes are created equal, and you may have an understanding of what dice to roll for what actions, but in terms of figuring out what sort of combinations will make you more effective, there's no hint of any teaching of that.
Well, you touch it with a pen, and this is a problem. This is a problem in the system.
Mm-hmm.
That a lot of people just they don't seem to see, maybe because it's never been pointed out. The system is teaching you how to play. We said this earlier.
It is teaching you how to play the way a video game tutorial is teaching you the controls.
And the fact is, all you're looking for is the big number, is the win, is combat. Now, I know that D&D has flirted with this idea of social combat.
It was never really designed for it, and
it was never designed for a story. It was never dude. If we use the Monopoly rules, I could fucking tell an awesome story. It would be difficult because we would be constantly fighting against the rules, and that's what happens in D&D. I know people have a big old warm chubby over Critical Role. The reason they like Critical Role is because of the personalities. And Ken and I talked about this.
The dice rolling, because the fight scenes last for 30 minutes to an hour, and it's like, come on.
A lot of this is because there's so much material that was kept in a vestigial form without really examining whether or not it works for what it's trying to be, as well as people trying to make it this omni game. Which, if you look at a lot of games on the market, just doing a casual browse through drive-through RPG or going through your LGS, you're going to see that that most games have a specific direction as far as what type of game they're trying to be. The exception to the rule here are universalist games, which are not built in the same way. They're built more like a programming language that you use to build your game.
Which is what Dreadlore is. Although Dreadlore does have a setting.
Quickly,
it does have a setting with it.
Before we get too far away, is the negative that D&D, the playing of D&D, you might as well be playing Magic or something like that, where you've got some cards, you draw some cards, they fight.
Well, since you brought up Magic, I'll use that as an example of what I'm getting at. It's if the instruction manual for Magic, it's going to teach you that you draw a card just at the start of your turn, that you place a land, that you tap lands to use your spells, the basics of what a creature is, the basics of what a sorcery is, the basics of what an instant is, and so on and so forth. Some of the symbols, some of the keywords, but what it isn't teaching you is how to set up combos. What the idea of combined cost. It isn't teaching you the ways to use card effects to set up chains. the theming that one would expect from the different colors and why those different colors matter beyond just lore. It's that latter part that it isn't teaching. I've seen this also in fighting games where where you'll get taught like this: you press this button to punch, this button to kick, this button to block, this button to jump. But in terms of setting up combinations or figuring out what the strengths and weaknesses of a character are, it's not teaching you any of that. You're just supposed to figure that out on your own. This is why you have this Great Wall of China style gap between people who are beginners and experts. And as I said before, I want to create a path between those two. And
I guess my point is that people are basically playing a magic card, like their character is a magic card, and they're going out and
the problem that I have is the lack of guidance. I cannot get mad at somebody for just playing a magic card if that's all the guidance and instruction that they're given within a rule set. If you garbage in, garbage out.
Well, it's very clear, when we play chess, if you're playing white, I'm playing black, you win by checkmating me and I win by checkmating you. If you're playing Magic, it's a very similar thing. You're trying to kill all their hit points, right?
Yeah.
But in
since
D&D,
you brought up chess, and there's been a bunch of advanced moves that have come out that you're not going to get taught early on. You're just going to get taught how each piece moves.
right? But I dig what you're saying. That's actually a good idea. You can learn all these openings and all this stuff, but the entire goal of chess is to checkmate the other king or to stalemate, depending on where you are in the tournament. In a tabletop role-playing game, though, the goal, the headspace, is not necessarily that clear for a lot of D&D players. I see it as maybe one of three things, or all. One, they're trying to be social. You have this meta aspect. It's not necessarily in the game. It's something completely different. They're getting something as a person out of the engagement. Two, they're just trying to fucking win. And when I say that, I mean, I think this is exemplified very well in 3.5. You have a certain build, and damn it, if it's the moon tide and you have your ocarina of whatever the fuck, and you can roll an 18 up, you do the thing. And then you want to make a different character. And a lot of people are into that. Then you have people that I actually enjoy gaming with, and they kind of like Ken. Their main concern is what's going on in the story, what is my character doing, what makes sense, and then how can I as a player be creative and build and do that.
A lot of those three things are born, and the problem with this is born out of that whole trying to make something that was just originally dungeon crawling into an Omni game. Right. And when I say universalist games, the kind of games I'm talking about are things like GURPS,
right?
Champions, later on Hero System, Savage Worlds,
right?
Fate.
Right.
Games that are meant to be that omnidirectional, because the idea is you're building something from the blue bucket of Legos we all had as kids. And with let me contrast that with, say, Cyberpunk Red, because I do plan on. I have been helping out a buddy of mine who's going to be running that soon. I'm not going to be involved with it. I'm just helping him out. There is an understood assumption that you're playing as a mercenary in Night City. Night City is a defined place with a lot of different districts, with a lot of different themes, a lot of different factions, whether it be the corpos, whether it be the gangs, whether it be the freaks, whether it be the net runners, all of that stuff.
Is this Fantasy Flight?
Cyberpunk Red?
Or is it just
no.
Cyberpunk?
It came out in the late 80s, or 88, I think.
Cyberpunk Red is the most recent edition. It's from R. Talsorian Games, okay. Pond Smith's company. The point is with that game, there's a clear idea of even though there's a sandbox, there's a clear idea of what your character is supposed to be,
Right.
and where they fit into a place like Night City.
It's very specific.
You are a merc for hire.
Mm.
Shadowrun has a similar thing.
Right,
You
right,
are
right.
a Shadowrunner. You're usually
Right.
getting jobs from somebody named Mr. Johnson.
Well, like Call of Cthulhu. Right.
Call of Cthulhu. You're an investigator, usually in 1920s
Arkham or wherever the fuck.
the Massachusetts area. Later editions would move to different time zones and different regions.
Like Detroit, 1982, for example.
Yeah.
But the general
Yeah.
the general vibe is you are a investigator, whether it be a scholar, whether it be just a private detective,
Mm.
whether it be just somebody in the wrong place at the wrong time, but you've been pulled into this particular mystery that's going to deal with shit you are not prepared for.
It's very specific.
Mhm.
And I
As in,
do enjoy
everybody
the
comes-
Call. I was going to say I've got the Call of Cthulhu board game that is
Arkham
of the
Horror?
the based off of Pandemic. So I mean I feel like
Oh.
Pandemic /
Yeah.
so
That'd work
you're
really well.
basically fighting diseases, but it's got the skin of Call of Cthulhu. I do enjoy that. I feel like COVID was basically COVID of Cthulhu, right?
COVID.
Is that
But
not it?
the point is with each of these entries, there is something for the player to build on, and one of the best examples of this kind of thing came with the games that came out of the World of Darkness meta series.
Sure.
You know, with Vampire, you are a vampire,
Yep.
obviously, one who has some allegiance to one of the vampire clans.
Mm.
And that is not only going to determine what sort of abilities you're better at getting, but also the relationship that other PCs and NPCs are going to have with you.
Well,
if you're
and Vampire was a horror game, which
yes,
it's you are clinging to your humanity, but you're gonna lose it. However, what happened with old world or new world is you became superheroes with vampire abilities.
that's a whole other thing. But the point is bringing it full circle to something like D&D.
Mm.
The reason the murder hobo thing became a meme is because there isn't really a defined answer to what are your characters.
Well, you are murder hobos. That's the point. Like, you can have a game where that's not the case, but the fact is, the system in the game, that's what you do. You're in OSR, you're fucking thieves. That's what you are. You go and you tomb raid, you steal, you murder, and then when they try to make it a thing where there's a story, you're just murder hobos. Like, that's actually what you are.
Yeah, I've been playing through. As I said, I've been doing a Emberwind campaign on Saturdays, and the module that we're using currently, called the Songweave Tapestry, has a little bit of a primer that I've utilized when it comes to the big factions, the key terms, and whatnot. Because I always write a primer whenever I start a campaign, just to give people an idea of what the tone is and what I expect.
Yep.
And within that, there's ways to get certain associations for starting characters. There is a framing device as far as who your characters are and why they're in this place beyond your meeting at a tavern. Hell, when we started that story arc, they were on an airship heading to the city of Summit for this big celebration that was going to happen every year. That's basically a setting equivalent to like the World's Fair, where everybody's showing off different inventions and all that. That's the framing device that's present in that particular story. And the importance of these framing devices is something that only certain settings barely have. And when you contrast that with the rest of the tabletop space, I honestly think design wise and feature wise, D&D is behind the ball compared to everybody else. Because this sort of concept of having a framing device is almost an accepted standard.
It's interesting. So when I was creating Dreadlore, one of the ideas was, so I had this world, Craster. It's fantasy punk. Think of it like post-apocalyptic. There's science. There's or pseudoscience. There's magica, kind of like magic. And one of the things that I sort of lamented was anytime I described some of the races or some of the world, people would say, right, so where are the orcs? Where are the elves? And I was like, man, that's I'm trying to get away from that necessarily. And they'd be like, oh, well, how does magic work? Can you cast fireball? And everything is framed in a certain way. One of the things that helped me was there's a letter J.R.R. Tolkien has where he's lamenting to someone about how when he talks about elves in his, in Middle Earth, people keep on thinking they're like little brownies from like Irish folklore or someone from like German folklore. And he's like, no, I'm writing something different. These dwarves, they're not what you think they are. These elves, they're not what you think they are. And I thought I got a lot of inspiration from that because I was like, not that Dreadlore's the new Tolkien or anything, but
didn't he also roast somebody who wanted to change the name, like a Danish translation where they wanted to change the name of Hobbit to something else, and he wrote this long ass letter saying, "You will not fucking do that."
Probably, but that's the thing. You have to put your foot down. You have to be ostentatious to a degree. In writing Dreadlore, it's like, hey, look, here's this setting, and it's a cool setting. It's very different from a lot of things. But the system of mechanics, the way you actually play the game, has a very specific goal in mind. The goal is not like a Fantasy Flight game, which I'm not trying to knock them, but I do knock them. I think they're really fucking boring. Where they have their own dice and like, this is the real way to play Star Wars. And I'm like, it's a way to play a board game is what it is. I want an immersive role-playing experience where players have agency and they really get into a cooperative storytelling. And that is what Dreadlore is doing. And you can apply it to a lot of different settings, so long as you're going towards that goal.
The tricky thing because I often see people talk about how this game or that game doesn't have enough role playing is for one, a lot of that is going to come down to the table, and again, this is where the tools come in, and two, as we discussed earlier, any game can have role playing. The key thing is, and I've had to understand this the hard way, there is no royal road to role playing. What is the better approach in my estimation has always been give people guidance, let people develop the role playing style that they're going to develop from experience, instead of trying to find a one true way, because you're never going to do that.
Sure.
You might find your way, but you're never going to find the role-playing equivalent to the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Which, no, it is not 34.
It's 42. Okay.
42. Sorry. In a lot of the reviews that I do in the Gaming Monk review series, you may notice if you look at those, I do not score them on a numerical sense. I use a tier system. Because the approach that I've taken is that I am a tailor. The recommendation that I give, or lack of recommendation, is less about how good or bad a given game is, and more about what kind of players and GMs, what kind of tables would I recommend this game to? Because
exactly.
Games are for everyone, but not every game is going to be for everyone.
You actually mentioned that. I don't know if it was on this stream or if that was listening. You literally were talking to the Everyone Will Die guy.
Mm-hmm.
What was his name again?
Titus Villanueva.
Haha. Yeah, you mentioned that. I completely agree with that. One of the next guest stars, who's going to be on this, my buddy Jeff McNeil. He definitely influenced a great deal my both incarnations of Dreadlore.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of our discussions. The system, the tools, as you mentioned, they matter. When I jump into any game, literally any game, because I mean, I'm a fucking actor. I am always going for that angle. Always. I'm looking for those moments where, you know, the fucking spotlight and you have the moment and people are like in it. And it's Axis and Allies. And usually everyone else is like, oh my God. It's not the right forum. It's not
There's
the right
no
like
role
arena.
playing in Axis and Allies.
You go to hell.
There's very
Straight
little.
to hell. You go
If
straight
you
to
go
hell.
if you go to hell, tell the devil he still owes me $12.
That's right.
Right.
I want my $2. My point is, the system absolutely matters, and I agree with you. If people are looking for immersion, where they're getting into their character, and they're not, you said, I'm assuming LGS is local game store.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're looking for LGS style gaming, like my buddy Daniel Huffaker, shout out to Daniel. I love him. He runs awesome games. I utterly disagree with him on this point. Go to a fucking LGS. I want to stab myself at those places. And it's nothing against people. It's just I don't know what they're trying to do. Like I'm sitting there looking at them and I'm like, what are you doing? Like I am bored to tears just watching you guys play. Usually D&D. Not the Planescape. What's it? The Pathfinder. The Pathfinder people are a little bit better. But I'm like, why don't you get into it? Like at all. But it's always some person who's like, I do, and it's like, God, jeez, God,
Something else I want to note, because I've seen this whole thing of people don't know how to role play in game X, and I'm sitting there going, the ability to do that is not going to be a universal affair. There are some people, and I do think that some
I'm not looking for a performance. I'm not looking for a performance. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I want to make this a fine point. The rules teach you how to play. Seems obvious, but it's apparently fucking not. When the rules are roll your d20, add your numbers, go, then yeah, you're gonna have fucking neckbeards doing that. Whereas if the rules are like,
I definitely have an issue with like
be
role.
descriptive.
Yeah, a role in intelligence or role like to convince somebody. It's like, why don't you play the game? Why don't you say the words to convince somebody? Because there's nothing to me that's more disappointing as a player character when I have this wonderful role play and then they're like, okay, now you need to roll for this trait that you have or roll for this.
A lot of people have gotten the intent of doing the die roll is when you're doing is supposed to be when you're doing an action that may have a chance of failure.
Sure.
But that at some point that ended up being glossed over by people, and so you have people rolling for things that they don't need to roll for, and they're supposed to. And again, the whole issue of guidance. But what I've noticed is that among some, they end up taking it the opposite approach, where they demand that people role play to the point where they're expecting them to be almost method actors. And even in the acting sphere, method actors are rare unicorns.
Yeah, but roll for guidance, for instance, like that's like a thing that like, okay, you get a bonus of some numbers. Here's some guidance, and like,
well,
they don't describe how they're helping when they do that. They're just like, I'm gonna like zap you with my finger, and you are automatically going to have this ability instead of like, oh, I'm going to step aside and start waving my hands in the air.
A lot
and like
a lot of that comes down to, it's important to keep in mind that D&D was a successor to Chainmail.
Truth.
Chainmail was,
and it still is. The root,
it's,
the core of it still is.
And here's where I'm getting at. Chainmail was born out of that wargaming culture of the 1970s. And with a lot of spells, with a lot of effects, with a lot of the rules that were in those things, they were meant to be functions because the idea of role playing, of what does your character do, is not a thing in wargaming. You're not playing as a character in those kind of things. You're playing as armies. Now there is the character-centric approach in like skirmish games, which are smaller scale, but that approach of these being functions, like there's no need to ask what the wizard is doing when he says
why he's doing it.
When he says that he's casting fireball, because in a war game that's not important.
Right.
And this is one of my favorite spells when I play Exalted is Blood of Boiling Oil, and it goes into a short paragraph of what that spell does, which basically temporarily transmutes somebody's blood into oil, and does a shitload of aggravated English monk damage. Exalted very much is trying to play itself like an epic.
Right.
It's drawing a lot upon from manga and from.
Is it Exalted? It's the one where you can play like the different tiers of gods, right? Or am I thinking of something else?
You might be thinking of Scion, which
I'm thinking of Scion.
Which does have that path of hero, demigod, and god.
Right,
Exalted, you are a demigod who has a sliver of divinity from gods like Luna, or the Unconquered Sun, or the dragons of Gaia. And there's a whole lot more to it. But the other thing is, when you look at magic systems in fiction, there are usually established rules that have to be followed, or there are certain people who are able to do it because they have connections to something bigger. Like the reason Gandalf is able to do the magic that he does is because of his nature of what's the setting equivalent of an angel.
Yeah, ostensibly he's not even even using magic. But what I'm trying to get at, this is a good conversation. Magic systems fucking suck in TTRPGs. I say this without too much conceit. The one in Dreadlore is fucking amazing. And I actually mean that. Like, it's actually very, very good.
Do you say that they suck because the way that magic is supposed to work is not gone into?
Yeah.
I can.
World of Darkness. The World of Darkness with Mage the Awakening, amazing, great. But you literally have an entire system trying to do it. The entire system is literally about making magic. Now, I don't like that game. Truth be told, I don't really like it. I think it falls flat on its face. I think vampire and werewolf are the best incarnations, old world, of it. And when it comes to lore, rules, okay, the new world's okay. What I'm trying to say is D&D spells are it's not magic. When you go to like the old school, like the D&D cartoon, and they're like, "Oh, how does the DM do his shit? Oh, it's magic. You don't have to explain it." But you do, it's rules. So what did they do? They were like, "Oh, okay, this spell does this." And then you have players who learn from the rules, and they're like, "Well, hold on. The spell does this, and it says is. So there's a semicolon. So I'm holding an acorn. So." And it's the furthest thing from any kind of story. It's like this trolling, like mean, tongue-in-cheek blurb, and it never gets out of it, ever. There's nothing.
Remember what I said about chainmail?
Mm.
That this is, again, it comes back to what I said before. Not the transition between a war game and a role-playing game.
Right.
There were vestigial elements that should have been addressed decades ago and never were, in the name of tradition. Or not alienating, or whatever way that someone wants to phrase it. The point is that sort of approach was never done. And I've talked about this in the past about why I have such a strong disdain for the spell charges and the Vancian model, as it's known. Which is ironic because the Dying Earth RPG, based on Jack Vance's books, doesn't even use that model. It uses a completely different setup. But there is never because of the fact that it wants to have its cake and eat it too regarding what kind of fantasy it is. There's never a put the foot down moment as far as why you say have to do the 8-hour rest and have to prepare your spells in advance.
Right.
There's never a reason given why a certain spell requires certain components. Now,
the reason is because it's game mechanics, right? That's it. The game mechanics need that to happen, and everything's layered on top of it.
Except you look at other games, and that's not the case. You have we talked about Shadowrun earlier, so I'll bring that up.
Sure.
In Shadowrun, you have the whole thing of spell drain, and it makes explicitly clear casting magic is a dangerous, very draining affair. Casting it is going to wear you out, and if you overdo it, you are going to fucking die.
Right.
In something like Warhammer, all magic, whether it's miracles or whether it's sorcery, is drawing upon chaos in some form. And when you draw upon chaos, you are playing with fire.
Right.
And if your rolls are not favorable to you, sometimes something extra can happen because you're trying to impose control on something that is fundamentally against any form of it, because it's chaos.
Right.
And because of the fact that is known, and you have things like chaos corruption or the perils of the warp and so on, that you have this integration between the narrative, between the story, and between the mechanics.
And exactly. And what does that teach players? If you're playing a Psyker in 40K, you can do amazing things, but there's the potential of a cost, and so the player out of game knows that. And I'm perfectly fine with a table of Dreadlore players talking over the table about what their characters, almost third person over the shoulder, talking about their characters, because the mechanics are being like, hold on, we should do things a certain way, and my player or my character would do these things. You're still role playing. You're still in the fiction making something happen, versus I'm doing a first person shooter and I shoot you, haha, and now I do the little squat thing on your corpse and run off.
Yeah,
which is how everybody fucking plays D&D.
If we're gonna talk Dreadlore, I do have to say some of my favorite traits that I've used and made up are it worked in the past, and the other one is hide in plain sight. You know,
I
just
love that.
it's like it's immersive, you know.
And truth be told,
and like we get to make our own adjectives that describe us and what we can do.
The character that you see as my avatar, one of the two, that being Alden Zabek Robinson and his twin sister Aldine. Unless I'm using certain third-party material, it is all but impossible for me to use that character in the fantasy that I had intended. Because I ended up making a set of bullet points about what are the important things when someone is looking at the character, looking at how they work. act like they are some form of nobility. They tend to have a consistent appearance. White hair, blue eyes, all of that.
Mm.
They have magical ability, but it is tied to winter, and their signature is always being able to make melee weapons out of ice that they construct with their magic.
I believe it's winter solstice, by the way. Just as an anecdote, I think it is. Continue.
But the point is, a lot of the magical effects that they have are themed around winter, whether it be messing around with the temperature, whether it be riding on gusts of cold wind, whether it be creating snow or ice, or even freezing.
Mildra, you have to play a Dreadlore game. This character would exist in Dreadlore. Oh my god! And
the big thing is being able to make just about any melee weapon out of ice. And a lot of people have looked at that and said, you got the ice manipulation stuff from Frozen, and that's not true. I got it from the.
How did you not get it from like Iceman or like?
I didn't even get it from Iceman. The idea to do that kind of thing came from seeing the ice sculpture contest at the Winter Carnival.
Wow.
Because I found it fascinating how people can take a block of ice and make all these different things.
Mm.
It does make sense because you're in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Yeah, that's true. Akira Coops is on and says hello, by the way, Mildra.
Yep, Coops is
waifu hunter.
Yep, he's one of my players and one of my guests on the various shows.
What's up, Akira? Akira.
Long story.
Tetsuo. Go on.
But like if I was to try and play that character in 5e, the only way I could make it work is by using the Spheres of Power supplement. Same thing with Pathfinder, because just having them as a fighter who can cast is not going to fit, because so much of their magical ability.
It's a class-based problem. That's a problem. I mean, class-based systems are fine. Point-based systems are fine too, but you're going to need too many points to do it, which is an issue for Vampire. You need to play Dreadlore.
And the reason why I bring up like Spheres of Power is because of its talent-based design, as well as the fact that it has a rule called casting traditions, which is a kind of advantage-disadvantage thing that allows you to build the rules of how magic is supposed to work for the character or work for the setting if the GM so chooses. So, for instance, say if you're having it that your setting has it where in order to use magic, people have to write out runes on solid ground. That's a casting tradition. Sure. If it's a case where they're not where they can get tired out by using their magical powers, that's a casting tradition. If they have to spill blood on the ground and invoke an ancient deity that their bloodline is connected with, that's a casting tradition. And even the ability score that's tied to magic isn't set. They have it that it can be any one of the three mental ability scores, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. I usually house rule it and say you can pick any of the 6, because it's always funny when somebody makes a muscle wizard. Somebody who in fact, one of my players years ago went all the way in and made a character who was pretty much an XP of Hans and Franz from that old Saturday Night Live sketch, who literally cast his spells by flexing. And every time he would every time at the table when he would use one of his spells, no matter how minor it was, he had to flex like he was at the Arnold Classic or some shit.
So this is exactly what I mean. You can tap into a lot of character or player creativity with this kind of stuff. And with D&D, I mean, some of the coolest game sessions I've been a part of have been over a D&D table. I'm not trying to knock D&D. What I'm trying to say is there are better systems, but there's a lot of resistance people have. They're like, oh, this is the way and it works.
Because a lot of people can't see past their own table. And it probably works for you, but clearly it's not working for everybody. Otherwise, something like if it was the way and it works so much so, then Dreadlore would not need to exist.
Right.
And any of the hundreds of games I've covered over the last 9 years would not need to exist.
Right.
But I do understand that different is scary. And that's what it really comes down to, I think. And again, I want to tie this back to that whole culture of conformity. Is because they were so used to the way that game works, they think that they can do that with just about everything. But the thing is that they're only seeing their own perspective. As I've developed as a performer, as a podcaster, what have you, something I've tried to do is divorce myself from that particular issue. Like in when I covered, say, Overlight, which is a very fascinating game that describes itself as kaleidoscopic fantasy. One of the big things that I had stated with it is that you do have to play it by its rules. You cannot approach it as if you're approaching any sort of Tolkien-esque high fantasy, because it makes very clear. It makes very clear that's not what it's doing, but also it goes into a whole page's worth of detail on what they mean by kaleidoscopic fantasy and what their inspirations are. And Tolkien is not one of them.
Right.
And the thing is, when it comes, I know a lot of people will say, "Well, just house rule it." My philosophy has been house ruling should be a spice, not the main dish. I don't know about you, but I don't like drowning my chicken in so much pepper that it's like having chicken with my pepper dish.
I do like pepper.
Yeah, but you're not going to empty a whole fucking bottle of it.
No, I agree. There's a point, like, ad hocing is perfectly fine. Home brewing is fine. A lot of people have homebrew, but you're at a certain point, you're not playing the game anymore. Fine. Like if you want to play 3.5 and say, hey, look, sorcerers and wizards get D6s of hit points. Cool. I don't think there's any problem with that.
No.
But there's a point with people and their homebrew that they're not playing the game anymore. And while that is okay, then when they defend the game, I'm like, yeah, but you're not even playing the game.
You're not defending the game. You're defending the Frankenstein's monster that you've made in the lab.
Exactly. And that is literally where my buddy Jeff McNeil started doing his Levied Souls game, which is a fantabulous fucking game when he releases it. And then it's where I took a different direction, went Dreadlore.
Yeah.
It's a style of homebrew that I was like, this is what I'm looking for. It's not the, ooh, you might roll the 20, which is a cool feeling. Or you rolled the 1. These are cool feelings. But there's the rest of the game. It was...
Yeah, ones are really bad in Dreadlore, and there's no D20, so...
And... when I,
it's what are you going for at the table? What's the experience? And what I'm interested in, mostly, is when it clicks, you can see it happen, and they're like, wait a minute, I can do anything. And I have designed this character sheet, and I'm going to play this character. That's awesome. You got to get past the, what can I do? Okay. Did I get it?
Yeah.
I'm going to win no matter what.
With the Emberwind campaign that we've done, first off, before I even started, I had a back and forth with Derek about what sort of fiction would be inspirational media for it. And with that game, he listed a bunch of different stuff, and none of it would be what would be considered typical high fantasy. Because some of the stuff he listed were things like Malazan Book of the Fallen, which is a very fascinating fantasy series.
Okay.
Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together. You know, the second of the Ogre Battle series of video games. The gaming works of Miyazaki, such as Dark Souls.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And some of the crystal punk aspects of certain games in the Final Fantasy series. And that was what he used as his inspirational media. And I use that in the primer. The other thing is that even though it's using defined classes, aside from the fact that the game is very beginner friendly, each of the classes in Emberwind have a very, very strong identity of what they are trying to be. The warrior class, for instance, is not trying to be like the fighter who's just good with weapons, full stop. No, the warrior in its actions, in its visual design, in the way its descriptors are written, is all about getting up close and being a close range shit wrecker. Now, every character in Emberwind gets a melee and a ranged weapon right out of the gate, so it's not like they're completely useless if they can't get in melee. But because of the action point approach and because of how actions work alongside each other, everybody loves being able to take their action because they have a certain way that they want to use their kit to act complementary to each other. And the way that I GM, I've frequently encouraged this. And sometimes when they're building or advancing their character, I will give them suggestions on things that I feel would fit what they're doing, and eventually they figure that out on their own. But even with the action-based setup that it's doing, there's a very clear identity. And like when it comes to one of the big casters is not a wizard, but rather what's known as an ardent. The class art for the ardent looks less like the typical wizard and looks more like a flamenco dancer.
Yeah, like an artist.
And the tagline that's at the top of their description is "We are fire or we are fuel."
Oh,
because they are all about setting things on fire and benefiting from things being on fire.
That's cool. That's like the circle of air and flame in Craster setting. That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Really quick.
Mhm.
So we have about 5 minutes left.
Mhm.
We can continue. Akira says explosions. We got about 5 minutes left, so let's start wrapping up the conversation a little bit.
Yeah.
You're talking about Emberwind, right?
Yes.
Continue.
And even if there isn't a description of what you're doing specifically in each action, the names of each of the actions are very descriptive, and I love letting people put it all together, because a book that I always recommend to people, whether they're a player or a GM, is Robin Law's book Blowing Up the Movies. Which is all about figuring out how people can bring that sort of cinematic flair that they see in action movies into their tabletop, and using various movies to the same effect. Because one of his big contributions to TTRPG is the Feng Shui game, which is the first edition had the subtitle of Action Movie Role Playing, and it is unabashedly trying to be like a Hong Kong action flick.
Oh, that's cool.
Like it makes no apologies for that, and then it went even further by introducing this chi war that's taking place across time, with different factions vying for control of ley lines across different periods of time.
That would be a better Doctor Strange movie. Yeah.
There's a lot of things that'd be a better Doctor Strange movie.
But you dig what I'm saying? Like, the system has a point, and it's like the rules push you in a direction because you are rewarded for playing a certain way. So if
Yeah.
you're playing the barbarian, for example, or the whatever feng shui wizard, etc., it's like, well, what role are you taking?
Hmm.
And you are rewarded for doing that, which that's a class style system. If you want to get
Mhm.
away from that and actually care more about the story, in my opinion, then you release those shackles. You don't have class-based stuff, and you say it's a little bit more dangerous. You get the wide ocean, you can do anything in it. But there are rules that say this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to sail, or we're trying to go here. Here are the rules of the world that we're in. But the system rules reward a certain kind of play, regardless of the setting that you're in. And if the rules reward the player for playing their character, you got a really interesting situation and an opportunity, a very good opportunity, to have cool role playing and cool stories. But the rules have to enforce that.
Yeah.
It can't be a, hey, everyone, this is a horror game, so roll your d20. Horror games don't fucking work in d20. Sorry, I'm sure people have had it happen. It's great until you have to deal with the system.
Since I mentioned L5R earlier, I'll bring that up as an example because the Shugenja is not the same as a wizard in that game. I usually tell people that it's less in common with the wizard in his dusty tome and more in common with a Taoist priest or an Onmyunji. Onmyoji. I end up screwing that up. The idea is that they're not casting spells; they're entreating the local kami, the local spirits,
I see,
to do a service for them, which is why they have to roll for their particular when they have to make a
like a
spellcraft check.
performance or whatever.
Yeah, and there's only a certain amount of times that they can do it based on each of the five elements. There are void spells, but but only a select few are going to get those depending on your build, and for everybody else, void is basically a wild card.
Mm.
You know, it can be any other element, but you're not going to have that many of them. And of course, the bigger the effect, the harder it is to actually get the kami to do what you want them to do. And L5R is not necessarily a class-based system; it's using archetypes.
Archetypes and classes are, I mean, by and large, it's the same thing.
The difference that I usually go with is that archetypes are more of a broad idea, but there's a lot of routes that one can take as you create and develop it, as opposed to a class, which is more defined in terms of what you are getting in terms of your kit.
Sure. Well, I mean, if you dig into it, old school D&D, like AD&D stuff, AD&D and stuff. If you're the thief, then you're the thief. What archetype are you? What class are you? I'm the thief. I do thief stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What are you? I'm the warrior, or I'm the priest. That's what I do.
I like archetypes because I find it a good middle ground, because to continue with that L5R example, the main archetypes are Bushi, which are obviously warriors, Courtier, which are more
Bushido,
about
I see, right?
yeah, which are more about the politicking and social aspect. Shugenja, which are the casters, but they're more akin to priests than typical wizards, as I mentioned before, and the monks, which are kind of an in between. They're not an in between like a Gish where you can cast. They have their own particular abilities that are unique to them. They're just kind of on the outside of things. And the thing is that because of how the schools work between the clans, you can have two Bushi who are going to approach a combat situation, for instance, in different ways. A Bushi who studied at the Hida school is going to study the way that the Crab Clan tends to study. They tend to they are big guys who prefer big weapons because they've been spending 1,000 years guarding a wall, which on the other side is a literal hellhole. So instead of utilizing katana, you're going to see them more often utilize heavier weapons that are more meant to break things that are much stronger than normal people.
Mhm.
Like they'll tend to use tetsubos because they're going to be up against undead.
Right.
Just use big ass clubs and hammers to smash the thing and use that level of strength. Whereas the Crane, who very much value aesthetics and this pursuit of perfection in their art, will have a much more precise type of style, because the Kakita school of Bushi extols the philosophy of one perfect strike.
So if you're playing that character, you're going to be going for that, and that's a cool way of doing archetypes. It's in playing an L5R system, but doing it in space. While that might be interesting, it's not going to lend itself, or like a post-apocalyptic thing. Like you're going to have to do some work to make it actually work. You can do it, but it's gonna take some work.
I do have to
Fist already
disagree
does
with
that.
you. Like there are Star Wars is the prime example with the laser swords. It seems like.
Well, the fun. It's funny you bring that up, because eventually styles of lightsaber combat emerged in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah.
Where you can have two characters who use a lightsaber, but they don't use it the same way.
My buddy Punksicle, who I was actually just trying to get on here, he jumped on for just a second. He was like, "What are you guys talking about?" I've talked about him several times. He ran a Star Wars game, a very solid Star Wars game, in Dreadlore, and we really delved into that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be a guest star. I'm really excited to hear. Actually, you should jump on again, Mildra, and you and he can really geek out about some stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to wrap it up. I don't want to cut off conversation, but
yeah,
we're going long. We're going.
It's 2 hours longer than we expected. Or we, as in me expected.
Closing thoughts. We're gonna put it to Mildra. I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. Any closing thoughts, sir?
Don't drink the eggnog this holiday season.
Has there been a recall?
Ken, closing thoughts on you. It's been a while since you've talked, although I know that you've been kicking. Mildred, if you get a chance, check out the video format of this. Ken has been throwing down a whole lot of cool stuff.
Well, I just what you guys are talking about.
It's good. It's good.
My closing thoughts are, we live in an era that is epic and intense, and like a lot of real stuff is going on. As always, I find role-playing games a way that we can discuss and open up conversations in order to process, real and imaginary worlds that we have that affect our daily lives and our day-to-day. And it's a great way to escape and have a filter to process and be a person in real life that contributes to society and manages their own stress and issues. So it's psychologically interesting. That's it. I can go on, but I won't.
All right, Mildred, thank you very much for jumping in. I appreciate it. I appreciate you hanging out for the 4 hours. 4 hours that we've been rocking and rolling.
Epic.
5 with
This is
five
just a
with
day in the office for me.
That's right. When is your next stream, Mildred?
My next stream is tomorrow. On Fridays, I do Valley of the Judged with Xanatrix and myself. We have been going through Planet Bound by our good friends at Successor Games. It is a science fiction affair, somewhat of a space opera, just with everybody having to they're basically stuck on this one planet called Aditum. There's a whole lot more within it.
And that's going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, we are continuing our look through because Valley of the Judge is kind of a section by section breakdown of a given RPG. I blatantly
what time
admit
do you
that
go on?
We usually do prep around 7. We start at around 7, between 7:30 and 8, depending on our energy. Yeah, all times central, so adjust accordingly for your time zones. And actually, I have to correct myself because I realized the 3-in-1 rule we have, where we do 3 episodes of a main thing, and then we do one shot. Covering a lighter game. And we are not going to be covering Planetbound. That's next week. We are instead going to be covering a science fiction RPG called Exiles, which we're going to be doing that in one shot because the book's only like the rule set that we're going to be using is only going to be like 30 pages. And that's the key with these one shots. They are either covering the quick start of a bigger game or covering a small game that is only like maybe 30 to 50 pages.
That's really cool. I like that.
We generally don't cover the setting part in any detail because there's not a whole lot to dissect. Although if a game tries to infer a setting and doesn't have any notes about it, we will rip into that. But the reason I pointed out the Planetbound thing, which is special, because we have first crack at it.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Something that we've never taken for granted is the times that our input in doing this series actually has a tangible effect in the end product.
Yeah,
and that
really
has
cool.
happened a few times.
That's really cool.
It's something I always find awesome. One of the earliest times that this happened was when we were covering a extensive D&D 5e fork called Heavens and Heresies, which is a very interesting case in the fact that it is really doubling down on team play. Like all of the class designs are built around teamwork, and I say all of the classes and everything that's involved with them. During one episode, we were covering the Barbarian, and because of a rule that it had regarding Barbarian's relationship with armor, we had offhandedly said, well, what if somebody wants to do a more armored Barbarian and emulate, say, Guts from Berserk? And the designer, Brother Tanner, had heard that, and he was like, yeah, why don't we do that? And so he put that as an optional setup that you could take at first level of if you want to go armorless, do the Conan thing, you can take this feature. If you want to go the armored barbarian, you can take this feature.
Very, very cool. Well, that's tomorrow, and it's going to be on your YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. Well, Ken has it up there for people to see. I wanted to I wanted to thank, of course, our 2 cast members, Andrea and Holker, for jumping on. Of course, other guest star, Archangel. I want to thank the chat. So we got Slick Rick Cosplay and Xanatrix Zadere, and I believe someone else. Let me go down through here. And Akira Coops. I think all these people are your peeps, Mildra. So they came out in force to say hello and hit up the chat. Thanks to Couchfire Media for kicking ass. If you guys want to know where we get all these cool graphics, well, Couchfire Media. All lowercase letters is the music, and Dreadlore is the channel. Anything I'm missing? The Patreon? Oh yeah, thanks Patreon for being Patreon. Daniel Holker, Nostalgic, Tim Roberts, Ken, you're muted.
I'm good.
Any last word, Mildra?
Because I just said Daniel Roberts, Tim Holker, and Nostalgic.
Any last words, Mildra?
The only thing I'd say is we here in the temple always encourage people to expand one's horizons, no matter what form that takes. There is always the opportunity to try something new, to try some new experience, and there is literally no excuse to not try. Maybe it won't be successful, but it is better to try and fail than never to try at all. And of course, as I always say in my things, stay frosty, everybody.
Stay frosty, baby. All right, thank you guys for jumping on. Next Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard, we're gonna have some guest stars. We're gonna kick some ass, and who knows? It might be 2 hours, might be 10, probably 2. All right, that is all.